Bishop Bronner's passing. Personally, I have lost a dear friend, supporter, and mentor. He was a shepherd of souls and a North Star for our community, a man whose faith was matched by his integrity and whose integrity was matched by his love for all of God's children. Bishop Bronner built a congregation deeply rooted in faith, compassion, and the unwavering belief that every single person is worthy of dignity, hope, and redemption. When he founded Elam Christian Fellowship in 1999, Bishop Bronner did not just establish a house of worship, he created a place of refuge, a place of renewal, and a place for those searching for a spiritual home. From the very first service at the Old Buffalo Christian Center, when more than 700 community members stepped forward to join a vision rooted in Christ, Bishop Bronner understood that God was doing extraordinary work in Western New York. He poured every ounce of himself into being a faithful servant to God. Under Bishop Bronner's leadership, Elam congregation grew each year, spreading the gospel across our community. He oversaw the construction of new worship centers and affordable housing across our region and helped thousands of souls find Christ, purpose, and community. He embodied fidelity to justice and walked the path of righteousness with conviction. Every morning, long before most were awake, Bishop Bronner led the regional morning prayer movement, a tradition that began decades ago and never stopped. Through blizzards, through a pandemic, through times of both tragedy and triumph, Bishop Bronner prayed. He prayed for Buffalo, for our nation, for our leaders, for our most vulnerable, whether they were in the pews or miles away. He prayed for people he knew and people he would never meet. He prayed because he knew that God hears us. He prayed because he knew that prayer works. And he prayed the faith through action changes our community. And his faith in action changed our community forever. Bishop Bronner embodied service and selflessness. He showed up for his family, his congregation, and our community with humble strength and ceaseless joy. He challenged all of us to be better, to lead with compassion, to stand firm in our values, to root our service in moral clarity and in love. His passing leaves a tremendous void, but his legacy will serve as a foundation for our future, a foundation built on faith and community that will continue to uplift Buffalo and beyond for generations. As we mourn Bishop Bronner's passing, we reaffirm our need to live by his example. In moments like this, we are reminded of the comfort and strength found in the words he often turned to in the 23rd Psalm. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. Thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Bishop Bronner lived these words every day, leading our community toward righteousness with courage, humility, and unwavering faith. Surely he will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. To his beloved wife, First Lady Linda King Bronner, their daughters Jordan and Nia Bronner, and Tammy Brown, their granddaughter Taylor Lucas, and to his loving parents, Reverend Sylvia and Charles B. Walker Sr., and his siblings, Dale Walker, Charles B. Walker Jr., and Chandra Jones, our nation mourns with you. May Bishop Bronner's work live on in each of us. On behalf of a grateful community and nation, may Dr. T. Anthony Bronner rest in eternal peace. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Jim Decker as he retires from the Warren County Chamber of Business and Industry. Jim's professional life is deeply intertwined with the economic vitality of Warren County, Pennsylvania. Since 1989, he has served in some capacity at the Warren County Chamber of Business and Industry. Since 1997, he has led the WCCBI as president and CEO. He also serves as executive director of the Warren County Development Association. Jim is a native son of Warren County and a 1975 graduate of Warren Area High School. He proudly raised his family in Warren. He and his wife, Catherine, have 3 adult children and many grandchildren. Jim's dedication to Warren County is second to none. His community involvement is extensive, and he's a board member of numerous regional and state organizations, including, but not limited to, the Northwest Commission, the Northwest PA Job Connect, and the Leadership Warren County Steering Committee. Jim has been a driving force behind major economic and recreational initiatives in the county, including the facilitation of the Warren County Industrial Complex, which is a business incubator that supports a dozen small to large mid-sized manufacturing tenants and is the financial anchor of Warren County Chamber of Business and Industry. He also oversaw the development of the 302nd Avenue Bank Building Project, a key venture that now houses the North PA Rural Regional College and is a multi-million-dollar economic development rehabilitation project in the heart of downtown Warren. A strong advocate for expanded outdoor opportunities, Jim has worked to make Warren County a prime destination. He was instrumental in expanding the trails at Jake's Rocks mountain bike system, which features 35.2 miles of premier hiking and biking trails in the Allegheny National Forest. This is a significant regional asset that has an economic impact of more than $10 million annually. Through Jim's efforts, Warren County has hosted major events, including the United States Canoe Association National Championships, Cabela's 3D Archery and Walleye Championships, and the International Bowhunters Organization Tournament. This year, the Pennsylvania Association of Chamber Professionals gave Jim the Keystone Award. Established in 1963, it is the highest honor for PACP awards. It recognizes outstanding service in and contributions to the profession of chamber management in Pennsylvania. It's not awarded annually, but only when an individual has demonstrated outstanding achievements. Mr. Speaker, Jim's long-standing dedication and leadership have shaped Warren County for the better. He is the kind of leader who brings his vision to life through hard work, but makes it look easy. Warren County has become a dynamic community and recreational hub thanks to Jim's leadership. Jim is a steadfast pillar of the northwestern Pennsylvania region, and his legacy will be felt for generations. While it's bittersweet to see Jim retire, I know that we'll still see him around Warren, probably on his mountain bike enjoying the outdoors. I wish him the best as he starts this new chapter of life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Dexter, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this past weekend, I visited the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum with my daughter. I had been before, but the timing of this visit was very intentional. I went to reflect on the horrific history of dehumanization and ethnic cleansing that ultimately led the world to create a new term to describe such an unfathomable evil. That word is genocide. During the Holocaust, 6 million Jewish people, 60% of those present in Europe, were brutally targeted, dehumanized, and systematically murdered. It is a crime that people, communities, and nations were aware of, and yet did little to nothing to stop the atrocities until it was far too late. After the Holocaust, the international community made a commitment that such evil can never happen again to any people, anywhere. Never again, they said. That is why I recently signed on to a resolution recognizing Israel's actions in Gaza, led by the Netanyahu government, as a genocide. I joined this resolution with a heavy heart. I understand the pain and the history of the word, and I signed on with the utmost respect for the Jewish people, especially those in my community, who may feel abandoned or deeply harmed by my action. I will also be crystal clear that my criticizing the policies and actions of the Netanyahu government does not detract from my steadfast opposition to anti-Semitism and my persistent support for our Jewish neighbors. Many in this body have been reticent to clearly call out the mass suffering, the ethnic cleansing, the war crimes taking place in Gaza. I will not willingly continue to be part of that complicity. As a United States representative, my job is to stand up against the power and our resources of this country being used in such ways. I am a physician, a mother. I believe in the sanctity, the universal worth of human life. That belief does not change based on who you are or where you live. Each of our lives has innate, incalculable value. Our shared humanity must be recognized and preserved, or we run the risk of rationalizing, accepting acts of cruelty. This principle, that we share an accountability to stand up against dehumanization, cruelty, and marginalization across our communities, should be universal, but it is not. It is my duty as an elected leader in the most powerful country on earth to stand up for those most marginalized, if I stand for anything at all. It is foundational to how I chose to represent my community and how I will continue to represent my community in Congress. History has and will continue to judge this body, not just for what it did, but for what it failed to do. Our children are watching. As parents, we know this to be true. As elected leaders, we cannot look away as they look on. We have an implicit accountability to the children of this nation to show them with our actions that we hold ourselves to a standard worthy of their respect. I want my children to live in a country where our leaders can be relied upon to lead with courage, empathy, and moral clarity. And I urge every Oregonian watching to hold me accountable in a shared, unshakable belief in the sanctity of human life. We are our brother's keeper. I will do all I can to protect and defend each person's right to freedom, safety, and self-determination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Zoran Mamdani's winning message was affordability, that the necessities of life are increasingly out of reach for most people and that government is the answer. He said, there's no problem too big for government to solve on election night. Well, he's right about the problem, but he's completely wrong about the solution. As Ronald Reagan often warned, government is not the solution to our problems, government is the problem. And housing affordability is a good place to start. When and where a free market's maintained, home builders have every incentive to meet the housing needs at every income level. The profit margin might be bigger at the top, but the sheer numbers of lower income families compensate with volume, assuring ample affordable housing for all income levels. Government sets basic safety standards, but otherwise leaves consumers alone to make their own decisions on everything else. As the tax base grows, new revenues are available to expand water systems, electricity generation, highway capacity, schools, police, and fire, all the necessities of a community. Landlords have every incentive to provide as many rental units as the population needs, while competition keeps rents low and demand keeps units plentiful. So what's happened? Government decided to solve what socialists viewed as problems. To solve suburban sprawl, the socialists began imposing severe limits and costly fees on construction permits. Builders could no longer profit from building vast numbers of affordable homes, so they focused their limited permits on the pricier models. To solve climate change, the socialists mandated outrageously expensive add-ons like solar panels and hermetically sealed windows. To solve their environmental angst, they required pointless studies that were endlessly time-consuming and outrageously costly, along with back-breakingly outrageous environmental fees, adding many tens of thousands of dollars to the costs that were all passed on to helpless homebuyers. As these solutions drove up the price of housing, the socialists began offering subsidies to lower income earners who'd been priced out of the market by the socialists' own policies. As taxpayer dollars flooded into the already constricted market, prices and rents rose still further. As socialists solved the rental problem by freezing rents, landlords stopped building new units or maintaining existing ones. When anything is scarce, it's expensive. When it's plentiful, it's cheap. Socialists have made housing scarce and therefore expensive. Nowhere can this be seen more clearly than comparing the socialist utopia of California with the free state of Texas. Last year, more housing permits were granted in the Houston and Dallas metropolitan areas than in all of Gavin Newsom's California. The median price of a home in Texas is $345,000. In California, it's $900,000. Or take health care. Americans once paid for their own health care. They could choose among policies offered by hundreds of competing providers for the one that best met their needs and circumstances. Most opted for inexpensive catastrophic plans for accidents and illnesses that could have bankrupted them while paying for routine care out of pocket. Competition for their business kept prices low and quality high. But socialists objected to leaving the poor to an extensive network of charities. They solved our health care inequalities with highly subsidized and mandated coverage that leaves consumers powerless to choose their own best options while severing the connection between the patient and the payer. When somebody else is paying the bill, the patient doesn't care about price, and the payer doesn't care about quality. The result, costs spiraling out of control while patient satisfaction continues to decline. At the center of socialism is the mistaken belief that profit is waste, and if it can be removed from the equation, everything will be cheaper. Well, that's the fundamental misconception behind Mandani's government grocery stores. But profit is not waste. Profit is the essential ingredient that spurs competition, drives innovation, demands efficiency, and craves consumer satisfaction. Take profit out of the picture, and you've just learned the difference between FedEx and the post office. Consumer electronics has steadily declined in cost while quality has steadily improved precisely because the socialists have not yet decided to solve this market. When they do, you can expect the same high prices and declining quality that they've already delivered in every field that they've solved, from housing to health care. It comes down to four simple words. Freedom works. Socialism sucks. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize and congratulate Tracy Eubanks on his extraordinary leadership and decades of experience to MetroCrest services. For more than 40 years, MetroCrest has been a lifeline for families across Addison, Coppell, Carrollton, Farmers Branch, and Dallas, providing food security, housing stability, workforce support, and compassionate care in moments of crisis. For the past 13 years, Tracy has guided this organization with vision, integrity, and a deep commitment to uplifting every member of our community. Under Tracy's leadership, MetroCrest Services opened its new state-of-the-art community center, an investment that will serve North Texas families for generations. He has strengthened partnerships, expanded critical programs, and ensured that every person who walked through MetroCrest doors was met with dignity and hope. As Tracy prepares for his retirement in 2026, we honor not just his accomplishments, but the countless lives he has touched. North Texas is stronger, more resilient, and more compassionate because of his service. Tracy, thank you for your leadership, your heart, and your unwavering commitment to the people of our community. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor County Treasurer Pauline Medrano for her extraordinary dedication to public service and her newly elected role as president of the County Treasurers Association of Texas. Treasurer Medrano has spent more than a decade in elected office, always putting the people of Dallas County first. Her leadership has helped strengthen public institutions, increase transparency, and build a culture of accountability and service that has positively impacted countless residents. Her election as president of the County Treasurers Association of Texas is a testament to the respect she has earned across our state. It reflects her deep experience, her unwavering commitment to excellence, and a belief that government works best when it works for everyone. I am proud to recognize Treasurer Medrano for her years of leadership, her community involvement, and her tireless dedication to the people she serves. Her willingness to answer the call of public service embodies the very, very best of civic leadership. I want to wish her the best of luck as she takes on this new role on behalf of our community. And I want to commend Treasurer Medrano for her invaluable contributions to Dallas County and to the state of Texas. Mr. Speaker, last week the House voted on a bill to reopen the government, but tucked away in the fine print of that bill was something very disturbing and troubling, a very brazen payoff. Millions of taxpayer dollars that could quietly be transferred to the personal bank accounts of 8 Republican senators. These are senators who may have had knowledge or even participated in efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election. At a time when Americans are struggling to get ahead, Republicans in both the House and the Senate signed off on a deal that lines the pockets of the very people who wrote it. In the very corner of this district, families are doing everything they can to make ends meet. They are juggling rising grocery costs, higher rents, health care bills that seem to grow every single month. They expect this Congress to meet the moment with integrity, responsibility, and the basic respect for the people we serve. But what Republicans did was an insult to every hardworking taxpayer who plays by the rules and expects honesty from their government. Republicans could have voted it down. They could have passed an amendment to remove that provision from the bill, but despite being given the opportunity to do so, House Republicans let it pass. Now, I'm grateful that the House voted just last night to pass a bill to take this away, but there's no guarantee that the Senate will actually do that. The American people deserve better than this corrupt backroom deals. They deserve better than legislation crafted to enrich the few at the expense of the many. And they certainly deserve better than a governing philosophy that treats cruelty as strength and corruption as strategy. The contrast before us could not be clearer. On one side, we see a Republican majority operating in the currency of cruelty and corruption, willing to hold hostage working families, willing to cut health care, and willing to undermine transparency, all to score political points to reward political friends. On the other side, Democrats are fighting with courage and compassion. We are fighting to protect the Affordable Care Act, to keep health care accessible for millions of Americans. We are fighting to lower costs for families and restore trust in a government that should be working for the people. I urge my colleagues in the Senate to reject this corrupt bargain and pass our bill that takes away this unethical and corrupt payout, and stand with the families who sent us here, families who deserve a government as honest, hardworking, and committed as they are. And I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the remarkable legacy of the Grundy, Virginia High School Wrestling Program, a program which has proudly served as a cornerstone of Buchanan County athletics for decades. With most of the county's high schools set to consolidate into a single school next year, this year marks the final chapter for Grundy's historic wrestling program. Grundy's wrestling program leaves behind an extraordinary record, a record which includes 27 state championships and countless individual state title holders, including 9 winners for state titles just last season. Year after year, these impressive athletes have demonstrated remarkable discipline and determination that reflect the very essence of Southwest Virginia. The wrestling program at Grundy High School has not only gotten the attention of regional athletics in Southwest Virginia, their renowned success has become a national phenomenon, receiving press and attention from all over the United States. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when I was first elected to Congress, Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan, who is a 2-time wrestling NCAA champion, came over to me and asked if I now represented the great wrestling school from Virginia, Grundy High. Student athletes from all Buchanan County high schools have contributed a legacy that will inspire future generations of student athletes, and I look forward to watching them build on their proud tradition. Southwest Virginia as a whole congratulates Grundy High School on its historic wrestling achievements and extends a heartfelt thank you to the athletes, coaches, families, and extraordinary fans who made this legacy possible. With their time, they made it possible with their time, their dedication, and their donations. A special nod goes to the Grundy Wrestling Club, a 501c3 charity that happens to support wrestling in the area. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that we recognize that as we come to the end of this chapter, it is not the end of the story for wrestling in the Grundy region and in Buchanan County, but the beginning of a new one, rooted in the same values that carried Grundy High School to wrestling greatness. Mr. Speaker, I rise today as Americans celebrate National Rural Health Day. According to the Virginia Department of Health, 88% of Virginia is rural, including much of Virginia's 9th District. As a result, communities face numerous barriers in the rural areas to receive adequate access and opportunities for health care. Our rural health care providers do our country and our health care system a tremendous service, tending to the health care needs of rural communities. I am committed to working to improve rural health care access in my time here in Congress. Today, let all of us honor the profound contributions of these healthcare providers. Thank you to the doctors, the nurses, advocates, and others who strive to make rural health care a possibility in America and to make America a truly healthy America in all regions. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Washman Schultz, for 5 minutes.
Lower than that. Yeah, all the way down. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's with a heavy heart that I rise to recognize the life of my longtime friend, fierce leader and cancer community advocate, Laney Jones. Laney was a 7-time cancer survivor and known on social media as the early detective. Laney lost her lifelong battle against multiple cancers on October 14, 2025, at the age of 41. Diagnosed with cancer for the first time at 18 months old, after her 3rd diagnosis in her 20s, she discovered she had Li-Fraumeni syndrome, LFS, a rare genetic condition that predisposed her to multiple cancers. Laney faced adrenal carcinoma, sarcoma, breast cancer, thyroid cancer, melanoma, lung cancer, and finally glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. Through it all, she remained positive, ensuring others heard her story, as she was deeply committed to the importance of early detection, prevention, and knowing one's risk. For the last 13 years, Laney worked with the American Cancer Society, using her story to educate and empowered others to take control of their health. She called herself the early detective on social media, believing that asking questions and acting early is what will help others survive. As a cancer survivor myself, Laney was always an inspiration to me and so many others in the South Florida community. She tried to help people see cancer as she saw it and to not fear it. Laney undertook every challenge with a smile and was incredibly generous in sharing her inspirational story with so many people. She lived by the words, "Live every day like it's your first." It is my honor to soon reintroduce the Laney Jones Comprehensive Cancer Survivorship Act, which will seek to improve the health outcomes and quality of life of survivors. Laney Jones was an inspiration and an example of how one must never lose hope, even in the darkest of circumstances. I hope her story and her spirit continue to inspire others across the country. May her memory be for a blessing. Mr. Speaker, it is with great pleasure that I rise to recognize the City of Hollywood, Florida's centennial celebration. The City of Hollywood was founded by visionary Joseph Young in 1925 as a small seaside dream and has since grown into a charming coastal community and dynamic city. Over the past century, Hollywood has become known for its beautiful beaches, historic boardwalk, scenic waterways, and unique blend of natural beauty and urban vitality. It is one of South Florida's most unique and beloved coastal cities. My husband Steve grew up in Hollywood, so the city holds a special place in our heart. Hollywood's residents represent generations of families, new arrivals, and innovators who have built a strong and sustainable community that embraces inclusion, engagement, and civic involvement and diversity. Hollywood is also home to the Seminole Tribe of Florida, its reservation and ancestral lands. We also honor the Seminole people for their historic and ongoing contributions to our shared story. The City of Hollywood is deeply committed to sustainability and innovation, ensuring that future generations can continue to enjoy the city's remarkable natural resources. The city's unique charm lies in its ability to balance progress with preservation. This 100th anniversary is a time to honor the past and the efforts of those who came before us, as well as celebrate the achievements of today and the next 100 years. I'm grateful to Mayor Josh Levy and the City Commission for working tirelessly to ensure that Hollywood remains a world-class destination where residents thrive, businesses prosper, and visitors feel welcome. Happy 100th anniversary to Hollywood and all its residents. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Dela Cruz, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Jonathan Rodriguez, a U.S. history teacher at FAR San Juan Alamo Memorial Early College High School, for his heroic and compassionate actions. Without hesitation, Mr. Rodriguez jumped to the rescue to help one of his former students following a vehicle collision. For his compassionate actions, the PSJA ISD awarded the first ever Heart of Service coin. This coin is a distinct honor awarded to individuals who embodied the values protecting, serving, and rising above in all aspects of our community. Mr. Rodriguez exemplifies these ideals every day, going above and beyond for his students and bringing his experience as a volunteer firefighter to his role as an educator. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez, for your heroism and your quick action to save a young student's life. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to celebrate more than 40 years of the Wilson County News, a cornerstone of community journalism in South Texas. In 1984, Elaine Kolegi turned her vision into reality, launching the Wilson County News without any prior publishing experience, but with the dream to give her community a true local paper. She even hand-delivered each issue herself every Tuesday to ensure it reached the readers. Under Elaine's leadership, Wilson County News flourished as a woman-owned and operated small business. Through the years, they have adapted to new technologies to expand coverage and launch their website in 2002 to bring local stories to an even wider audience. Today, the Wilson County News continues its proud tradition of delivering high-quality journalism. Congratulations to Elaine and the entire Wilson County News team for more than 4 decades of dedication to delivering news to Wilson County. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize the accomplishments of a Poth High School senior, Aiden Reed, the 2025 UIL 3A State Shot Put Champion. After earning silver at last year's championship, Aiden returned with determination and achieved gold to close out his senior season. During the state meet, Aiden sat in second place until his third attempt. A powerful throw secured him the gold medal and broke his own school record. Aiden is a passionate and driven role model for young athletes. His dedication and perseverance reflect the spirit of POTH and the strength of South Texas. Congratulations, Aiden. We can't wait to see what you accomplish next. Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in observance of today, November 20th, as World Pancreatic Cancer Day. It is a time to shine light on the devastating impact of this disease and dedicate ourselves to improving prevention, early detection, and treatment. Pancreatic cancer is the third leading cause of cancer-related deaths in the United States and is on track to becoming the second by 2030. Over 67,000 Americans are diagnosed each year with pancreatic cancer. Like so many Americans, I know all too well the terrible impact of this disease. In 2021, I lost my dear mother, Nancy Gardner Sewell, to pancreatic cancer. By the time we caught it, the cancer had already spread. She passed away just 8 weeks after her diagnosis. In an effort to turn my pain into purpose, I have committed myself to doing everything I can to prevent other families from enduring such a painful loss. Along with my friend, Congressman Jody Arrington, I am proud to be leading H.R. 842. In the 118th Congress, Congressman Arrington introduced our bill and surprised me by renaming it after my mother. The Nancy Gardner Sewell Medicare Multi-Cancer Early Detection Screening Act. Our bill would create a pathway for Medicare to cover multiple cancer early diagnosis tests. Medicare will cover that by making sure that once it is approved by the FDA, it immediately becomes available to Medicare patients. This is so important because the promise of screening for more than 40 cancers lies in such a simple blood test. If passed, it will give our seniors their best shot at catching cancer early and treating it before it spreads. Just 2 months ago, our bill passed unanimously out of the House Ways and Means Committee. It enjoys overwhelming bipartisan support, with 332 House co-sponsors and 67 Senate co-sponsors. Later today, I look forward to convening lawmakers, researchers, advocates, and families for a roundtable on the latest developments in prevention, early detection, and treatment. I want to thank the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, the American Cancer Society, and all of the stakeholders, the more than 500 stakeholders, for all of their efforts. I am so grateful for the tireless work of our cancer advocates. Without them, this bill would not enjoy such broad bipartisan support. As we wear purple today in honor of the World Pancreatic Cancer Day, I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 842, the Nancy Gardner Sewell Multi-Cancer Early Detection Act. Let's give this bill a cross the finish line and pave the way for the world without pancreatic cancer. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize today as National Rural Health Day. As a daughter of Alabama's rural Black Belt, I know firsthand the challenges that our rural communities face when it comes to accessing quality, affordable health care. For too many of my patients in rural America, Getting seen by a doctor requires driving miles to the nearest hospital or health center. Broken payment systems and workforce challenges have put an enormous strain on our healthcare system. In Congress, I am proud to be leading legislation that will tackle these challenges. Our graduate medical education bill will add thousands of residency slots, creating a pipeline of qualified health professionals to serve patients in rural America. Our Rural Hospital Act takes important steps to ensure that rural hospitals are fairly reimbursed for their services. And the Home Health Stabilization Act will allow more seniors to receive the care that they need in the comfort of their own homes. I am also working hard to expand access to telehealth services, mental health, and substance abuse as well programs to support our rural ambulance providers. It is so important that our rural ambulance providers know the importance that they have in rural America. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to health care, our rural communities are on life support. Republicans' so-called big, beautiful bill makes the largest cut to health care in American history. Despite the dysfunction in Washington, we in Alabama are fortunate to have amazing partners standing in the gap. Just last month, I was thrilled to attend the groundbreaking of the Alabama School of Healthcare Sciences in Demopolis, Alabama. This new state-supported residential high school is located in the heart of Alabama's Black Belt, where it will cultivate the next generation of healthcare professionals. I believe that access to quality, affordable health care should be a right for all Americans and not just for the few. As we observe National Rural Health Day, let us recommit ourselves to ensuring that every American, regardless of their zip code, gets the care that they need and that they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I now yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Juan Fernandez, a decorated Marine, retired NYPD detective and 9/11 first responder, who passed away after a courageous battle with 9/11-induced pancreatic cancer. As a Marine, he proudly served our nation with honor and discipline. Following his military service, Juan continued his commitment to protecting his community by serving as a detective in the New York Police Department, where he was known for his courage and professionalism. On September 11, 2001, Juan was among the many brave first responders who answered the call in one of our nation's darkest hours. His courage and selflessness during and after that tragic day exemplified true strength and the resilience of the American spirit. Juan's passing is a tremendous loss to his family, his friends, and those who served alongside him. My thoughts are with his wife, Lily, his daughters, Sydney, Samantha, and Jessica, during this difficult time. May his memory be a blessing to all who knew him and to our country. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Francis Frank Duffy, a devoted husband, father, and pillar of his community who passed away on November 4th at the age of 102. He was a decorated World War II veteran, earning both the Silver Star and the Purple Heart for his valor while serving in Iwo Jima, and he concluded his military career at the rank of corporal. Upon returning home from war, Frank embarked on a career with the United States Postal Service, retiring in 1978 as a foreman for transportation. He was an active member of the Pearl River VFW Post 7370 and the John H. Secor American Legion Post, the Ancient Order of the Hibernians, the Irish Cultural Center, and St. Margaret's Church, and was a past member of the Knights of Columbus. A proud father of 5, loving grandfather of 10, and great-grandfather of 11, Frank exemplified the values of steadfast wisdom and enriched the lives of all he touched within the Pearl River community and beyond. May God bless the memory of Frank Duffy. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of the Honorable John Sweeney, Jr., a true steward of justice, integrity, and service in Putnam County and across New York State. Justice Sweeney dedicated his life to the law and to the people it serves. From his early days as Administrative Assistant District Attorney in Putnam County to his distinguished tenure on the New York State Supreme Court and the Appellate Division, First Department, where he made history as the highest-ranking judge ever to hail from Putnam County. John embodied fairness, humility, and an unwavering commitment to justice. He was a man of quiet grace and deep intellect, a mentor to many and a true gentleman in every sense of the word. Beyond the courtroom, he gave selflessly to his community, from supporting veterans and first responders to volunteering at local fairs and serving with the Friendly Sons of St. Patrick. On a personal level, he was extremely gracious and supportive of me, and I will never forget it. To his beloved wife, Alana, his children, and all who knew and loved him, our community shares in your loss and celebrates a life so well lived. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Vincent Altieri, a dedicated community leader and longtime public servant. Before joining Rockland County, Vince worked with the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, advocating for environmental policy. He also served as a judge in the village of Spring Valley, where he will be remembered for his fairness, integrity, and respect for the rule of law. Vince went on to dedicate more than 18 years of service to Rockland County, serving in the county executive's office as the Intergovernmental Relations Director, and later going on to serve as the Executive Director of the Rockland County Drainage Agency, showcasing his true commitment to improving the lives of his community. His passing is a tremendous loss to Rockland County, and my thoughts are with his family and friends. His integrity, leadership, and passion for public service will be deeply missed. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Donna Breen Clark, who passed away peacefully on October 25th, surrounded by her beloved family. A proud graduate of Marymount Academy and Marymount College in Tarrytown, New York, Donna dedicated her life to the education and enrichment of the young minds of our community. She started her career at Marymount International School in Surrey, England, before returning home to teach first graders in Mount Kisco. Following her marriage to her beloved husband, Joseph Clark, in the summer of 1962, she went on to serve as a preschool teacher and then director of the Norishan Cooperative Nursery School in Pearl River.
Expired.
Let me just finish, Gary. In Pearl River, where she educated thousands of students, including myself. Whether through educating the next generation or through the active involvement in St. Aidan's Church, Donna was deeply committed to her community. A proud mother of 3 and loving grandmother of 7, Donna lived a life defined by compassion. May God bless the memory of Donna Breen Clark and her husband, Joe, and may God continue to comfort her family.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Consent to address the House for 5 minutes to revise and extend my remarks.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. James M. Bernhard, Jr. was a legend in Louisiana. The headlines called him an icon, a titan, a giant of a man. Those who knew him understood why. He was a builder, a problem solver, and at his core, a man of faith. Jim was a proud LSU Tiger. Graduating in construction management, he loved to tell the story of realizing at the last minute he was 3 hours short of credits he needed to graduate. Facing that problem, he decided to test out a bowling class by scoring a 200, despite barely ever bowling before. In true Jim fashion, with determination and high tolerance for risk, he figured out how to make it work and to graduate. After LSU, he went to work for the family business where every new employee had to start by installing toilets and air conditioners. As the family's first college graduate and someone who had already done that work since high school, the rule didn't sit right with him. So he turned down the offer to join and joined Southeast Fabricators as their first salesman. On his first day, he picked up the yellow pages and got to work. He quickly discovered the company's prices were far too high to compete in South Louisiana. With no formal authority, he restructured the company's operations. By age 26, he was a corporate vice president and a member of the board. In 1986, he faced another challenge. Health insurance premiums raised on workers, including 2 employees whose wives were pregnant. Jim wanted to raise their pay to cover the costs. His boss said no, so Jim handed in his resignation, partnered with 2 colleagues, and founded National Fabricators with just $50,000. That company grew into the Shaw Group, a Fortune 500 global engineering powerhouse headquartered in Baton Rouge. At the time, the only non-utility Fortune 500 company in Louisiana. His success brought offers from other states to relocate. With millions of dollars on the table, he refused every one of them. Jim was Louisiana through and through. His love for this state fueled his political engagement. After years of resisting pressure to get involved in politics, he finally told his board of directors that he was a proud Democrat. To their surprise, and he devoted himself to pushing leaders to feed and educate children of all backgrounds, expand health care, and lift Louisiana forward. He helped elect 2 governors, the first black mayor of Baton Rouge, and dozens of others across the state. He proudly served as the chairman of the Louisiana Democratic Party. For years, many waited for Jim to run for governor or the Senate. His son, one of my most trusted advisors, Trace, you know Trace, told me a secret. He said he was never going to run. He preferred the challenging the rest of us to do better. His door was open to Democrats and Republicans alike who wanted to improve the lives of people. When he retired from Shaw, he faced another problem. What do I do next? He founded Bernhard Capital Partners, now one of the largest employers in my district. And remembering that family business, whose terms he once rejected, he joined his brother and transformed it into the largest energy as a service provider in the United States. Jim's impact stretches far beyond business. Louisianans will tell you, Jim pumped the water out of New Orleans after Katrina. He helped build Category 5 strength levees that now protect the city. He built power plants that power America, paid living wages to tens of thousands of workers, expanded broadband for children in Baton Rouge during the pandemic. And with his beloved wife, Dana, founded Every Kid a King Foundation to serve the children of Louisiana. But none of that compares to what he cherished most, his family. Dana was the great love of his life, his partner, protector, and companion until his last breath. His pride in his children, Trace, Catherine, Patrick, Michael, and Benjamin, was immeasurable, even if he did joke about 2 of them going to Ole Miss. He taught them that determination, work ethic, and comfort was the risk, and that they should continue to live and do the right thing. He adored his grandchildren, Ainsley, Jack, Remy, Sloan, Blake, Violet, Ivy, and Ella, and carried boundless hopes for each of them. Louisiana has lost one of the greatest champions. Jim Bernhard dedicated his life to improving the state and the lives of people. And now we face a problem, big or small. We honor him by doing what he always did. He solved it. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a Kentucky hero, Chief Herbert D. Prophet, and his son, Jeff Prophet, who has worked tirelessly to ensure his father's sacrifice is never forgotten. Chief Prophet served our nation in Korea and then protected the people of Tompkinsville, Kentucky, for 55 years in law enforcement. Years after he left the force, Chief Prophet was murdered by a criminal he had arrested and put behind bars over a decade earlier. When his family sought federal death benefits provided to the families of fallen officers, they were denied because Prophet was retired at the time of his death. This exposed a painful loophole in the system and one that I'm fighting to correct. I'm leading the Herbert D. Prophet Act, legislation to amend the Public Safety Officers Benefits Program to ensure that the families of retired law enforcement officers who were killed as a result of their service are not unjustly denied benefits. I want to thank Jeff Prophet and the entire Prophet family for their many years of service to Tompkinsville and Monroe County. I urge my colleagues to support this bill because it is our solemn duty to support the families of fallen law enforcement officers and make sure that the service and sacrifice of heroes like Chief Herbert D. Prophet are never forgotten. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a true pillar of Kentucky's signature thoroughbred racehorsing industry. Mr. Robert N. Clay, recently, Mr. Robert Clay was selected by the Thoroughbred Club of America as its 2025 honor guest, a well-deserved accolade that reflects a lifetime of excellence and leadership in our great Commonwealth's signature horse racing industry. The founder of world-renowned Three Chimneys Farm in 1972, Clay built a legacy of breeding champions, supporting local jobs, and setting the standard for others to follow. Stallions to stand stud at Three Chimneys during Clay's tenure included Slew of Gold, who was the operation's first stallion, Triple Crown winner Seattle Slew, and classic winners Silver Charm, Smarty Jones, Point Given, and Big Brown, as well as breed shapers Dynaformer and Razi. His contributions reach beyond the track. They reflect what Kentucky stands for: tradition, hard work, and community. Today, we honor Mr. Clay not only for his success in breeding and racing, but for being a model Kentuckian. A descendant of former Speaker of the House Henry Clay, the great compromiser, Robert Clay recently helped to establish the Henry Clay Center for Statesmanship, a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization dedicated to transforming the tone of our country's national discourse and inspiring current and future leaders to emulate the political legacy of Henry Clay to find common ground through beneficial compromise. On behalf of the people of Kentucky and this House, I want to thank Mr. Robert Clay for his life's work. I congratulate you on this honor, and I look forward to witnessing the enormous positive impact your efforts will continue to make on our Commonwealth. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the resolution condemning socialism and reaffirm my commitment to the principles of free market capitalism. These are principles that have guided the United States into becoming the most prosperous nation in the history of the world. For more than 2 centuries, America's free enterprise system has lifted more people out of poverty, created more opportunity, and generated more innovation than any other economic model the world has ever known. American GDP has grown more than 100-fold since 1920. Average life expectancy has risen dramatically, and American workers today enjoy standards of living that socialist economies could never deliver. Contrast that with socialism. Wherever socialism has been tried, the former Soviet Union, Eastern Europe, Maoist China, Cuba, and Venezuela, it has produced the same tragic pattern: economic collapse, shortages, lost freedoms, and human suffering. Venezuela, one of the most wealthy countries in Latin America, saw its economy contract by over 75% after adopting socialist policies, destroying its currency and plunging millions into poverty. Mr. Speaker, free markets empower individuals. Socialism empowers the state. Socialism requires coercive power. To plan effectively, socialist central planners must override individual choices. This expands state power and threatens political freedom. Capitalism, in contrast, is the only system capable of using dispersed knowledge, preserving individual freedom, and enabling spontaneous social cooperation without central direction. Under free enterprise, businesses compete, innovate, and create, driving American leadership in everything from technology to agriculture to energy. Free markets and capitalism gave birth to the American dream that is the envy of the world. And under socialism, bureaucrats dictate, ration, and restrict. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this resolution. Let's send a clear message that the United States will always stand for freedom over government coercion, markets over mandates, and prosperity over poverty. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Panetta, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, although my heart hangs low, I rise today to honor the life, the legacy of Miss Helen Rucker. This week, she passed at the young age of 93. Now, despite the challenges that Helen faced throughout her life, Helen Rucker worked very hard to become somebody who was the sustainer of Seaside, California, the educator of our community, and the epitome of our democracy. See, Helen faced blatant racial discrimination in her formative years. As a child in Louisiana who was turned away from the local public library, to being a college graduate and experiencing some of the same type of bigotry when she applied for her first job as a librarian. But rather than be despondent, she was driven to make a difference with education, and not just in her life, but in our lives. She worked for decades as a teacher and a librarian. She served as a Seaside City Council member, a school board member, and a trustee with our local school district. Outside of her job, she delved deeper into our community by volunteering on such important and challenging issues as civil rights, prison education, HIV prevention, police reform, affordable housing, and so much more. See, Helen Rucker was an influencer well before the internet was around. She wasn't about clicks, wasn't about likes. Instead, she was about organizing and galvanizing people. She wasn't about dividing people, but Helen Rucker was all about bridging our divides. But even with all of that service and all of that activism, what she came to realize early on was that the key to change was our democratic process. She realized that it wasn't about yelling and screaming. She understood that it's all about working and sweating and ensuring everybody has the opportunity to do what every American should do, and that's vote and get out the vote. So rather than agonize, she organized voting, voter education, voter registration, and she founded Seaside's Voter Education Center. Just like we saw in our recent elections, Helen understood that voting is how we make change. That's how we protect our community, and that's how we move our country forward. No doubt that Helen Rucker faced so many challenges throughout her life, but rather than capitulate, she campaigned. Rather than demonize or disparage her opponents, she always chose civility and upheld the values of our democracy. So as we enter into this next election year, let us be reminded, let us reflect, and let us be reinvigorated by the impactful life of Helen Rucker. But more importantly, let her rest peacefully as all of us strive to live up to her legacy by always voting in our democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in honor of Tiffany Joseph, who was honorably named the 2026 Arizona Teacher of the Year. Tiffany serves as a special education teacher at a Copperview Elementary School in the Sahuarita Unified School District. Tiffany received her Bachelor's of Arts and Master's from the University of Arizona and began her career in general education, later finding that her true passion resides in special education. 15 years later, Tiffany has now taught in 3 Arizona school districts, providing specifically and specially designed instruction in her classroom while also supporting students' needs in general education. She emphasizes inclusive, strength-based instruction tailored to a variety of learning styles. Before this honor, Tiffany was named the school's Teacher of the Year and has also been a finalist for District Teacher of the Year. The Arizona Teacher of the Year Award is the highest state-level recognition in public education for educators. Now, Tiffany will join other state teachers of the year from across the entire country in a year of professional learning and a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Congratulations, Tiffany, and thank you for all that you have done to earn this prestigious award. Arizona's 6th Congressional District is very lucky to have you. Madam Speaker, I rise today in honor of Cochise College being ranked the #1 community college in Arizona, and an honor that faculty, students, alumni, and all Arizonans should be very proud of. Cochise Community College has 2 campuses and 4 centers in Cochise County, and is known for its affordable tuition and small class sizes, and programs that lead to real-world success. Cochise College embraces what all colleges should and strive to be in this amazing country. A product of community college myself, I know firsthand that Cochise College remains committed to helping students create bright futures. Cochise College provides both university transfer programs for those wanting to continue education and also offers workforce-related certificates designed to prepare graduates for immediate employment in Southern Arizona's growing job market. I'm honored to represent Cochise College in Arizona's 6th Congressional District, and I'm incredibly proud of their hard work and commitment of excellence. Congratulations to President James Perry, your board, your faculty, your staff, and all the students that make Cochise College what it is today. Madam Speaker, I rise today in honor of Pinal County's 150th birthday. Older than the state of Arizona, Pinal County was formed from portions from Maricopa and Pima counties on February 1st, 1875. While mining is the county's was the county in the most dominant force back then, Pinal County's economy has exponentially grown and expanded over time. But agriculture remains a significant part of the county's economy, while large-scale farming operations and ag research also prevail. Pinal County has experienced significant population growth in recent decades, becoming one of the fastest-growing counties in the entire country. The county's location, infrastructure, and pro-business environment are key factors in its expedited growth and in its development. And the beauty of Pinal County is diverse, with a landscape including both mountains and desert valleys. Pinal County is home to the Casa Grande Ruins National Monument, Picacho Peak, and way, way more. It's an honor to represent Pinal County in Congress. Happy birthday, happy 150th birthday to Pinal County. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Bishop William E. Dickerson II and Lady Luella Dickerson, role models in love and in service, on their 36 years of selfless service and spiritual stewardship as founding pastor and First Lady of the Greater Love Tabernacle in Dorchester. Across the city of Boston and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the names Bishop Dickerson and Lady Luella have been synonymous with truth, justice, and love. And their love of community, love for all God's children, is evident in their spiritual guidance every Sunday and made manifest in their good deeds in community Monday through Saturday. From the pulpit to the classroom, from City Hall to behind the incarcerated walls, Bishop Dickerson and Lady Luella have saved generations of souls, changed and saved lives. They have lived a life dedicated to God, their ministry, their city, their marriage, and their family. It is only fitting that Greater Love Tabernacle's 36 years of service are now an indelible part of the congressional record to serve as a permanent inspiration to us all. Madam Speaker, I rise to honor the life and legacy of the Honorable Judge Leslie Harris, a father, husband, grandfather, mentor, and champion for justice in Massachusetts. Raised in Chicago, he journeyed to Boston, where he earned advanced degrees, planted roots, and dedicated his life to public service. In the courtroom, first as a probation officer, then as a public defender, then as the chief of the juvenile division of the Suffolk County DA's office, Judge Harris inspired generations.
He possessed a fine legal mind and an altruistic heart. He saw every person as worthy of dignity, of opportunity, and compassion. He will forever be remembered as a kind titan of a man who showed up for everyone. For his beloved members at the Elliott Church of Roxbury, for students at Roxbury Community College. He was there for young children experiencing abuse and neglect. He was there defending Black men viciously targeted and criminalized in the Charles Stewart case. He was there supporting marriage equality to facilitate the first ever adoption by a gay couple in Massachusetts. He was there for all walks, for people from all walks of life. And I can feel that he is here with us today. His spirit straightens our backs and lifts our chin to motivate us in the pursuit of justice. May he rest in peace and power. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of my dear friend and brother, former Newton Mayor Seti Warren, a trailblazer, the first popularly elected Black mayor in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Seti was a loving son, brother, husband, and father who I had the privilege of working closely alongside when we were both aides to United States Senator John Kerry. He was always ready with thoughtful counsel, an easy and deep laugh, kind eyes that twinkled. He radiated life and optimism. Seti accomplished so much in his short 55 years here with us. He was a dedicated mayor, veteran, and public servant from the White House to Capitol Hill to City Hall. As the director of the Harvard Institute of Politics, he led pivotal conversations that stoked our consciousness and reminded us of our shared humanity, all the while inspiring a new generation of public service leaders. Seti had so much life left to live, milestones to experience, hearts to touch and lives to change. My heart goes out to his wife Tassie and their children, Abigail and John. Know that your Kerry family, your Boston College family, the city of Newton, and your Harvard family mourn alongside you. What a tremendous loss for our country, our Commonwealth, and for humanity. Rest in power, my friend.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Taylor, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Ken Stewart. Ken is a proud resident of Ohio's 2nd Congressional District and a former firefighter with the Batavia Fire Department. Ken spent over 4 decades with the department, working his way up from lieutenant to chief. This past summer, at the age of 85, Ken participated in the 2025 World Peace and Fire Games, an Olympic competition specifically for first responders that draws competitors from around the world. Ken excelled in javelin throwing, high jump, and many other track events, ultimately contributing 9 medals to the total of 1,362 brought home by Team USA. Of his 9 medals, 3 were gold and 6 were silver. Not only is Ken an accomplished athlete and public servant, but he was my science teacher at Amelia Middle School. I loved having him as a teacher, and it's wonderful to see him continue to achieve greatly, inspire others around him. Ken worked tirelessly to prepare for the games by exercising at his local YMCA every day and allowing the thrill of competition to drive his desire to win. Ken reminds us all how important it is to keep moving and take care of ourselves so we can make the most of life at any age. Ken has centered his life around athletics, having been a high school track and field coach, or field official for 47 years, and coaching track for 60 years in Claremont County. Ken even had the amazing opportunity to officiate the 1996 Summer Olympics in Atlanta, Georgia. His dedication to improving the lives of young people is admirable. Coaches and officials play a key role in shaping the attitudes and beliefs of our nation's youth, and my district is lucky to have many people like Ken to look out for our athletes. After a long and successful career, Ken plans to retire from athletic events. To celebrate his achievements and his dedication to his community, the village of Batavia is naming July 14th Ken Stewart Day. I look forward to being in Batavia next year to celebrate. Ken, congratulations. All of Southern Ohio is very proud of you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Billy Ray Daddy-O Midkiff and his extraordinary service to Southern Ohio. Ray began serving as a volunteer firefighter in 1977 with the Wilkesville Volunteer Fire Department and became a charter member of the Salem Township Volunteer Fire Department. He has over 50 years of service, including several years as fire chief for Salem Township. Ray's roots in the community run deep, as he has also worked as a dairy farmer and coal miner for the Southern Ohio Coal Company. Ray has received numerous awards, such as the National Grange Volunteer Firefighter of the Year, and was deemed a hometown hero by Modern Woodmen. To this day, he is an active fire chief and continues to give back to Southern Ohio. America is forever grateful for people like him and the millions of other first responders who put their lives on the line for us every day. Ray, all of Southern Ohio thanks you for your service. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry, for 5 minutes.
For 5 minutes and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, Chaco Canyon is sacred, sacred ground, the ancestral homeland and living landscape to both Pueblo and Diné people. It is a World Heritage Site, a place of ancient ruins, kivas, and sacred lands as far as the eye can see. And it is a place that is a mere 50 miles south of the San Juan River, where I was born. I rise today in solidarity with tribal leaders from across New Mexico to say it is time to protect Chaco Canyon and these sacred lands. Before our very eyes, the Trump administration is trying to open these sacred lands to oil and gas drilling that would irrevocably destroy them. Can you imagine? One of the most sacred sites, not just in New Mexico, but in North America. A place that Secretary Deb Haaland worked to set aside in 2023, and a place which the New Mexico delegation is seeking to permanently protect. Because as Pueblo leaders tell us, Chaco holds the footprints of our ancestors. Countless generations have carried forward their teachings and traditions. It is a landscape, as Navajo leaders have said, deeply embedded in our way of life, and which protects the living community, youth, elders, and our culture. And yet this administration is forging ahead, even as tribal leaders are saying no, to open these lands to desecration of sites that could never be recovered. And so we call on this administration, stop. These sites are sacred. And we call on the American people to join us in this fight, because we must protect Chaco Canyon, and Chaco Canyon is not for sale. And with that, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've taken to the floor today to respond to Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries calling me a, quote, stone-cold liar during a press conference defending the recent discovery of Democrats' communication with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. And I bring with me something that he and many of his fellow Democrats like Jamie Raskin, Jasmine Crockett, and Stacey Plaskett, apparently detest. And that is a thing called evidence. Tuesday, I gave a speech on the House floor detailing my House Oversight Committee's good work to date on our Epstein investigation. After all, Hakeem Jeffries, the Democrats in Congress, and your allies in the corporate media have been demanding a full release of the Epstein documents for months, including all the documents from the Epstein estate. So without hesitation, I subpoenaed all of the Jeffrey Epstein estate documents, because I, as well as my Republican colleagues on the House Oversight Committee, we want to know what really happened, what went on, who was involved in these unspeakable crimes. We want justice for the survivors. That's why we're doing this investigation. So House Oversight obtained over 30,000 pages of documents from the estate. Unlike the Democrats, who only released 10 of those over 30,000 pages of documents, Republicans on the House Oversight Committee released every single document on the website for the American people to see. Democrats and many in the media were anxiously clutching their pearls in anticipation of potential dirt on President Trump. In the end, after full transparency by the Republicans on the Oversight Committee, there was nothing new about the president's former relationship with Epstein, and certainly nothing scandalous. But we did find two sitting Democrat members of Congress had communication with Epstein. First, it's been highly reported and debated about Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett texting during an Oversight Committee hearing with Jeffrey Epstein while trying to conspire with him to hurt or embarrass Donald Trump. But according to Jamie Raskin, that was okay because Mr. Epstein was her constituent. Now, how embarrassing a rationale is that? But the second communication was this email right here, where Hakeem Jeffrey's campaign reached out directly to Jeffrey Epstein, soliciting campaign dollars for the, quote, Brooklyn Barack. Now, whereas Jamie Raskin explained Plaskett's communication with Epstein as simply responding to a constituent, Hakeem Jeffries had a very different response when asked about it by the media. He denied its existence. Hakeem Jeffries said, Comer is a stone-cold liar, and then he reverted to calling me names for the second week in a row. So let's read it to make sure. To Jeffrey Epstein, and that's the real Jeffrey Epstein, not Jasmine Crockett's Jeffrey Epstein. This is the real Jeffrey Epstein. From Hakeem Jeffries' campaign. Dear Jeffrey, we are thrilled that we are working with Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, one of the rising stars of the New York delegation, sometimes referred to as Brooklyn's Barack. Hakeem is committed to electing a Democrat majority in 2014 and is encouraging his friends to participate in a DCCC fundraising dinner with President Obama and Hakeem Jeffries. It ends with a number for Jeffrey Epstein to call to go to the dinner and, quote, get an opportunity to get to know Hakeem better. Here's the evidence. The email speaks for itself. The only stone-cold liar in this debate is Hakeem Jeffries. So, Mr. Minority Leader, take a deep breath, chill out, stop lying, stop with the juvenile name-calling, and own up to the fact that your campaign solicited campaign cash from Jeffrey Epstein. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Ruiz, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the profound courage and sacrifice of a woman whose story embodies the enduring struggle for freedom and human dignity in Iran. A woman known simply and lovingly as Aziz, meaning dear or beloved. Her full name is Aziz Razi, and she is a mother of resistance. Aziz was born in Zahra Narazi in 1929 in Tehran. And like many mothers around the world, she married young, raised a large family, and worked to give her children a better future. But the tides of Iranian history pulled her family into the heart of political repression and terror. Aziz endured a heartbreak that no parent should ever face, the loss of 9 members of her family, 4 sons, 3 daughters, 2 sons-in-laws, all killed across 2 successive dictatorships that feared the voices of those seeking democracy and basic rights, first under the Shah and later under the clerical regime that replaced him. Her children's only so-called crime was their involvement in Iran's democratic opposition movement, a movement that dared to say that the people of Iran deserved liberty, justice, and respect for human rights. During the rule of the Shah, 3 of Aziz's children were imprisoned and tortured, and 1 was killed in the street by secret police. Aziz herself was arrested in 1975 and spent more than 3 years in prison. She was tortured, she was flogged, she was hung upside down, she was forced into solitary confinement, and yet she never broke. The scars on her soles of her feet remain today, living proof of cruelty she endured for simply wanting freedom for her people. Her son Mehdi, only 19 years old when arrested, refused to bow to the torture inflicted on him. In a rare public trial before foreign journalists, he exposed the brutal acts of the regime and pledged his life to the poor and oppressed in Iran. That defiance cost him his life, but his voice continues to echo. After the 1979 revolution, the Iranian people hoped for democracy. Instead, a new tyranny rose, one just as ruthless as the one before. The new regime once again targeted Aziz's family. In 1982, her daughter, Azar, 8 months pregnant, and her husband were killed in a raid by the Revolutionary Guard. Aziz fled the country, forced into exile, where she continued her fight from abroad. Years later, more of her family members were executed. Mr. Speaker, how much can one mother bear? How many sacrifices must one family make for freedom? Despite the unimaginable loss, despite being denied the right to return home, Aziz has never surrendered her hope for a democratic, free Iran. Today, in her 90s, living in a modest apartment on the outskirts of Paris, she remains steadfast. She continues to speak out. She continues to believe. She says, quote, "The movement to liberate Iran hasn't died. It is strong. It is alive, and we are marching forward," unquote. Aziz Rezai's story is not only about suffering, it is about endurance. It is about resilience and resistance. It is a testament to the unbreakable spirit of the Iranian people who continue to demand basic human rights and who risk everything, including their lives, to achieve them. Mr. Speaker, we stand here in the United States Congress, a place that symbolizes freedom and democratic voice. We must never take those values for granted, and we must never turn our eyes away from those who fight for them around the world. Today, I honor Aziz, a mother of resistance, and all Iranians who stand bravely against oppression. I stand with the Iranian people in their pursuit of democracy, equality, and human dignity. And I reaffirm that the United States will always support the fundamental rights of people seeking freedom. May Aziz's courage continue to inspire us like it has inspired me, and may her sacrifices never be forgotten. And may the day come soon when the people of Iran can live free in peace, justice, and democracy. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chairwoman recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, if you drive through Clay County in northeast Florida this time of year, you might just catch the sweet scent of sugarcane drifting through the air. Follow that aroma, and you'll likely find Gayward Hendry at the kettle, turning cane into syrup and neighbors into friends. Today, Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize Gayward Hendry for receiving the 2025 Distinguished Service Award from the Florida Farm Bureau, the highest honor for a lifetime of leadership in Florida agriculture. Gayward's service has been extraordinary. As a proud Marine, a county commissioner, and the longtime president of the Clay County Farm Bureau. In every role, he has led with integrity, grit, and a deep love for the land. He has mentored young farmers through 4-H, supported students through the Katie Hendry Memorial Scholarship, and welcomed generations of future leaders to his family farm to experience firsthand the traditions of Florida agriculture. Madam Speaker, whether he's grinding cane or guiding the next generation through the challenges ahead, Gayward shows what it means to serve with purpose and to keep a community growing together. Madam Speaker, with Gayward Henry around, life is truly sweeter. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. We know that our families can't afford the basics right now. Their electricity and gas bill is out of control. Their water bills are out of control. And don't get me started about their auto and home insurance. It's all out of control. Grocery costs are up 28%. Healthcare costs are up and out of control. And it's even worse for those family members that are sick. So our families can't afford the basics. Everyone in this chamber can agree to that. So there's an affordability crisis in our country. And the corporations and billionaires driving up these costs don't care. They were not only don't care, they also were rewarded with the big tax breaks and the betrayal bill. So this is why it is important to understand that this is a policy choice, that many of our families feel like they're intentionally being put in a survivor mode instead of being able to thrive. I know that right now nearly 1 in 5 children in Michigan live below the poverty line, Madam Speaker, and 60% Americans live paycheck to paycheck. So I'm not going to wait for President Trump to keep his promise to address the cost of living in our country. I'm going to help and push back and introduce the economic dignity for all agenda, a plan to tackle the high cost of living in our country. We need to ensure that every family, every single corner in our country, a child has resources that they need to live and thrive in our country, not just hope to survive. This plan includes End Child Poverty Act, the Baby Bonus Act, and the Boost Act. The End Child Poverty Act would provide a universal child benefit of $458 per child per month, bring us closer to a nation where all children have the opportunity to flourish, not just grow. This plan would make it easy for our families to afford the basics. I hear it from them. Formula, diapers, childcare, all out of control, while providing, again, a long overdue safety net for our families. We know right now this bill, the End Child Poverty Act, is estimated to cut child poverty by 50%, according to the People's Policy Project, and cut deep child poverty by 70%. The second bill of part of the plan is the Baby Bonus Act, which would provide every family with $2,000 upon the birth of their child, bringing economic stability to households through timely and flexible assistance at a pivotal moment for our child's development. The birth of a new child is often a time of increased economic insecurity. Families face new expenses of childcare, diapers, baby clothes, and more, while many parents must take time off leading up to and following the birth of a newborn. Without universal child care, parents are often forced to choose between healing, caring for their newborn, and keeping their jobs. As the founder of the Congressional Mamas Caucus, it's time we listen to mothers who are urging our government to focus on families. Roughly 134,000 families are driven into poverty annually because of the cost of child care alone. But this is not surprising when countless families are one job loss, disability, an emergency away from crushing financial hardship. And finally, part of the plan includes the Boost Act. It's one of my district's favorite. It's Building Opportunities to Survive and Thrive Act. It would provide $250 per month to adults between the ages of 19 to 67 years old, promoting economic security for all. Studies show that this is effective. What's not effective is continuing to give billionaires big tax breaks, again, that doesn't impact our families in a positive way. While costs for necessities like housing, groceries, healthcare, and education increase annually, wages fail to keep up. We all know this in this chamber, and it puts many of our families in economic insecurity. An estimated expense like medical bills should not be a threat to a family's financial livelihood. So it's important that we start looking at new ways, and that includes regular cash assistance would make a tremendous difference to families literally on the edge of poverty and struggling to pay their bills. Everyone in our country deserves human dignity. We know that corporate greed is driving the costs up and creating this affordability crisis. So we need to push back. If my colleagues in Congress are serious in wanting to improve the lives of the American people, they should stop corporate giveaways and support and pass the Economic Dignity for All plan. Thank you, and I yield.
The chairwoman recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor a profoundly extraordinary American, Colonel Marina Parker, a daughter of Bucks County, a trailblazing Air Force officer, and one of the finest examples of courage and character our nation could ever hope to produce. Just days ago, over Veterans Day weekend, I stood beside Colonel Parker in Plumstead Township, Pennsylvania, as our community gathered to honor her service. She was surrounded by the people she loved most and by the veterans she served alongside with. She was, as always, glowing, gracious, resolute, still lifting others up, still inspiring everyone around her. Madam Speaker, sadly, it was our final tribute together. On November 17th, Colonel Parker passed away after a brave and courageous fight against ALS. But she did not face a single day of that battle without the same strength, discipline, and warrior spirit she brought to every mission she ever flew. She never stopped living the values she instilled in others: faith, service, perseverance, and a quiet, unwavering resolve. Colonel Marina Parker was born in Doylestown on December 31st of 1968, a proud first-generation Italian-American and the daughter of Tony and Laney Ventresca. Faith and family were her foundation. Discipline and drive were her compass. At Gwen and Mercy Academy, she was a valedictorian. At the United States Air Force Academy, she was an NCAA All-American gymnast. From the very beginning, she was destined to soar. After commissioning, she completed pilot training at Reese Air Force Base and went on to fly the KC-10 Extender, one of the nation's most critical refueling and transport aircraft that we have. She deployed in support of Operations Southern Watch, Allied Force, Iraqi Freedom, and Enduring Freedom, carrying American power, American hope, and American strength across continents. Madam Speaker, her resume reads like an American resolve, but her service was not only defined by what she achieved, it was also defined by the way she carried herself, with humility, with precision, and with an unshakable sense of duty. When the world changed on September 11, 2001, Marina was airborne. And in the chaos of that morning, when fear, confusion, and uncertainty swept our nation, she chose service once again, joining the Air Force Reserve, recommitting herself to the defense of our nation. She flew for another decade while raising 2 daughters, earning a master's degree, and mentoring countless young women. In 2013, she made Air Force history as the first female commander of the 73rd Airlift Squadron, directing VIP airlift operations and leading her airmen with precision, professionalism, and resolve that marked every single stage of her service. By the time she retired in 2020, Colonel Parker had logged over 4,800 flight hours, including nearly 700 hours in combat and combat support missions, and earned the Legion of Merit among numerous other commendations. She continued flying as a Boeing 777 first officer for United Airlines until 2024, an aviator until the end. But Marina's service extended far beyond the cockpit. For more than 15 years, she shaped the next generation of Air Force leaders as an Academy liaison officer. She strengthened our community through the Plumstead Township Veterans Committee and VFW Post 175. and she guided veterans in Bucks County's Veterans Court program. With the same steadiness and compassion she brought to every single mission she flew. She served because service was woven into who she is as a human being, a leader who lifted others up every step of the way. Colonel Marina Parker was not only a trailblazer, she was a wife, a mother, a daughter, and a friend. She and her husband Boyd shared 34 years together and raised two remarkable daughters, Isabel and Olivia, who now carry forward their mother's legacy of courage, service, and enduring strength. Madam Speaker, in Colonel Marina Parker, America saw the very best of who we are: devotion to family, duty to country, and a faith in something greater than ourselves. A true hometown hero, a true patriot. May her courage inspire us, may her service guide us, and may we honor her life by the way we choose to live our own. God bless you, Marlena. We will dearly miss you all. Bucks County will miss you dearly. Well done, good and faithful servant. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this Saturday, November the 22nd, will mark 62 years since we lost a President of the United States, a person who gave so much to his nation, an individual who was taken from us in the summer of his years. His daughter, Caroline, back in 2017, gave us these pins that I proudly wear, which is an image of President John Fitzgerald Kennedy. President Kennedy epitomized placing service above self, a national hero, a leader who had the grace, the dignity, the wit, the intelligence, and the love of his nation and mankind. This past year, we also lost someone by the name of Connie Francis, who wrote a song, or sang a song would probably be more appropriate at the time, called "The Summer of His Years." In that song, I'll paraphrase, she wrote, "A young man rode with his head held high under the Texas sun, yet no one guessed that a man so blessed would perish by the gun. Lord, would perish by the gun." A shot rang out like a sudden shout, and heaven held its breath. And the dreams of a multitude of men rode with him to his death. Yes, the heart of the world weighs heavy with the emptiness of tear for the man shut down in a Texas town in the summer of his years. The summer of his years. And it is we who carry on from this very person who served in this chamber and in the United States Senate and went on to become the President of the United States. And as important, a leader not only for this nation, but the world, but especially in noting, and especially in these times, Madam Speaker, that it's service above self that matters. Service to the nation, service to your family, your community, and your state that matters most. I rise to salute the life of John Fitzgerald Kennedy. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. James, for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This week, on November 29th, our nation marks a milestone, the 50th anniversary of the Individuals with Disabilities in Education Act. In 1975, President Gerald Ford, Michigan's only and greatest president, signed the Education for All Handicapped Children Act into law, making a simple but powerful promise that every child, no matter their disability, deserves a free and appropriate public education in the least restrictive setting possible. That promise changed America. Before 1975, more than 1 million children with disabilities were shut out of public schools. Too many were pushed into charity-run facilities or psychiatric institutions. Far too many were left without any education at all. We turned that injustice around. IDEA opened doors that had been closed for generations. Since its inception, it empowered families, equipped teachers, and has given children the opportunity to learn, grow, and succeed. Today, IDEA protects nearly 8 million students, roughly 15% of all public school children in this country. It requires our school to identify and support students who need services, including children experiencing homelessness and those attending private schools. For 50 years, IDEA has been the backbone of special education, ensuring access, accountability, and equality for millions. As we honor IDEA's 50th anniversary, I'm proud to introduce the IDEAL Act, a bill that fully funds and strengthens the original IDEA program. This legislation keeps faith with families, teachers, and students by giving them the resources and support they were promised over a half-century ago. It modernizes services, reinforces accountability, and ensures that every child, regardless of circumstance, can reach their God-given potential. 50 years ago, only 1 in 5 children with disabilities had access to public education. Today, millions succeed because of IDEA. With IDEAL Act, we reaffirm our commitment. We finish the job. We keep moving forward, not backward. I urge my colleagues to support the IDEAL Act. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor the life of Marisol Velez, known as Pinky Ring. She is rooted revolutionary Puerto Rican MC from Chicago, decolonizing minds as a rapper, educator, mentor, and speaker. As a cultural worker and disruptor, Pinky's music ignites our imaginations and sustains our struggle against displacement and erasure. As an educator and mentor, she shapes the next generation of creative change makers through culturally rooted in programming and radical care. Pinky is a Grammy U mentor. She sits on the National Advisory Board for Music Will and serves as a U.S. hip-hop cultural ambassador to facilitate cultural diplomacy, programming, and conflict transformation through music. In her roles, she is shaping the first ever K-12 hip-hop guidelines with the Hip-Hop Education Center.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
On behalf of
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by our guest chaplain, Reverend Eamon Kelly from the Magdala Center in Magdala, Israel. Reverend?
Lord, loving Creator and Redeemer, bless the members of this house with your peace. Give these elected representatives of your people true fidelity to their duties in their service of the common welfare. Protect them from the temptations of self-seeking, corrupting influence, and destructive divisiveness. Grant them resilience in the face of brutal scrutiny and unfair and even vicious criticism. Accompany their proceedings today as they advance the good of this vast country while contributing to the oneness of the entire human family. Over 8 billion people, each one made in your image and likeness. For this great enterprise, we ask your guidance to follow the wisdom imprinted on our currency. To you, God, we entrust this day's proceedings. As blessings have flowed from the Sea of Galilee to every corner of the globe, so may blessings also flow from America to every people on earth. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1. The journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Without objection, the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer, is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor an exceptional leader and someone who I can now call a good friend, Father Eamon Kelly. This past August, my colleague from California, Pete Aguilar, and I had the privilege of leading a bipartisan delegation of freshman members to Israel, where Father Kelly baptized several of our members in the Sea of Galilee. It was a transformational experience that we will keep with us for the rest of our lives. And it was in large part thanks to Father Kelly's leadership, faith, and commitment to helping others experience the power and the history of the Holy Land. When I first met Father Kelly, I asked him where he's from, because he has an interesting accent, or brogue. Quote, "I'm from the Holy Land, and I live in the Promised Land." Having served at the Notre Dame of Jerusalem Center for more than a decade and now serving as the vice director of the Magdala Center, Father Kelly's work in the Holy Land has impacted people from all walks of life from all over the globe. The fruits of his labor will undoubtedly have a lasting impact for generations to come. And as we honor him on the House floor today, we also pray that many more people will encounter God and grow in their relationship with Christ as a result of his ministry. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair will entertain up to 15 further requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to unfortunately once again highlight the scourge of veteran suicide. Matthew Burns was in my platoon when I was a Navy SEAL chief, and unfortunately, and for a reason only known between him and God, he decided to end his life shortly, or a few months ago. With Matthew's passing, that makes 22 of my Navy SEAL friends that have committed suicide. I will be exiting the House floor. I'll miss votes today, and I'll miss them tomorrow, because I'll be interning Matthew's earthly remains in San Diego, California with his family. So I would just ask one thing. If you are a veteran and you think that there is no hope, there is. You have to know that you are loved and cherished and that you have value. So if you're thinking of doing what Matthew did, don't. Please call 988 option 1. That's the Veterans Suicide Prevention Line. So may God grant Matthew's family peace and have his soul rest in gentle repose. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes, gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last weekend I visited St. Sabina's Church in Chicago for emergency food distribution. There I talked to a single mother with a young child with disabilities. She showed up in the cold 4 hours early for a food distribution of a single box of food. But without her November SNAP payment, she said she would have to skip meals to make ends meet. I also talked to seniors who were deciding whether to purchase their groceries or their medicine for the month. For these Chicagoans, the administration's delay in SNAP benefits made a brutal month. But for the 360,000 Illinoisans who will be cut off SNAP because of the big ugly bill, they'll be weighing these trade-offs for years to come. Veterans, older Americans, and kids aging out of foster care will lose benefits. They deserve better. We must keep fighting for them. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes, gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Mr. Bernie Adams, a World War II veteran from Coudersport, Pennsylvania, who will turn 102 years old on Saturday. Bernie served in the U.S. Navy. He was a seaman third-class gunner on a supply tanker ship at Normandy. He also saw service in the Philippines. Bernie was born in Hollidaysburg, Pennsylvania. He married the former Barbara Fetzer in 1946, and they had a beautiful union of 75 years before her passing in 2020. Bernie and Barbara settled in Shingle House, Pennsylvania, where they raised 5 children: Pamela, Larry, Bernie Jr., Amy, and Jeffrey. Family was important to them, and the family has grown over the years. Bernie has 9 grandchildren, 23 great-grandchildren, and 3 great-great-grandchildren. Bernie worked for the Pennsylvania Railroad and was later employed as a pipe fitter in Olean, New York. He enjoyed hunting and fishing, and he loves watching baseball, especially the Chicago Cubs. Bernie now resides at Sweden Valley Manor in Coudersport, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania 15th Congressional District, where he will have a birthday celebration on Saturday. Mr. Speaker, I wish Bernie Adams the very best as he turns 102, and I thank him for his service to this great nation. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes, gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor my constituent, Cecilia Mendoza, a defender and advocate for our constitutional rights. Cecilia's passion for justice is reflected across her entire career. From her beginnings as a community organizing intern with the Illinois Hunger Coalition, to her work as an immigration service coordinator with Family Focus, and eventually to her role as the Associate Director of Government Relations with the National Immigrant Justice Center. As our city has come together to defend each other, Cecilia has been an indispensable asset to my office and to immigrant rights movements, advancing equity and inclusion through research, policy, and community resources. Through her leadership, we are better equipped to continue welcoming and protecting those seeking refuge in the United States. On behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, it is my honor to commend Cecilia Mendoza for using her power and voice to protect our immigrant neighbors and build a welcoming nation that we hope and we deserve. Thank you and congratulations, Cecilia. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purposes, gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Safer Supervision Act, a bipartisan bill backed by federal law enforcement, probation officers, and public defenders. This broad coalition shares a common goal: a supervision system that improves public safety and supports successful reentry. Today, more than 110,000 Americans are on supervision. Probation officers are carrying caseloads so large that it's difficult to focus on the individuals who truly need the greatest oversight. The Safer Supervision Act restores individualized judicial decision-making, creates a responsible path to early termination, allows treatment-based responses, and focuses resources where they make the greatest impact. This is smart on crime reform that strengthens safety and supports second chances. I urge my colleagues to support the Safer Supervision Act. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to condemn the Trump administration's deployment of CBP to North Carolina. Since last weekend, North Carolinians watched in horror as masked agents descended on our state, terrorizing communities and abducting people off the streets based on the color of their skin. These immigration raids only serve one purpose: sowing fear and intimidation. If the Republicans cared about fixing our broken immigration system, this wouldn't be the way to do it. If they did, they would work with Democrats to ensure our border is secure, families stay together, and our farms and businesses can get the workers they need. Instead, they refuse to do anything to fix our immigration system for legal immigration. Wake County and our state are welcoming, vibrant places, made stronger by the hardworking immigrants who choose to call our communities home. It is time for federal immigration officers to go home and stop attacking our people. They need to arrest real criminals. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of American families, Republicans have delivered on the promises made by President Donald Trump to create jobs for affordability. Signed into law by President Trump appropriately on July 4th, the One Big Beautiful Bill puts American families first. The law will provide by raising wages up to $3,300 for every American worker. Eliminate taxes on Social Security for 88% of recipients permanently, extend tax cuts that will create jobs, eliminate taxes on tips, adding to an average of $1,300 annually for workers, and eliminate taxes on overtime, adding an average $1,400 for millions of hourly workers. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Trump is reinstituting peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies. As Putin is insulting Trump and mocking Trump, as the Washington Times discloses today, 25 civilians murdered yesterday by Putin near NATO ally Poland, with children burned alive. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to welcome to our nation's capital my constituent from Lynbrook and founder of the Love for Giovanni Foundation, Georgina Cornago. Mr. Speaker, Georgina is the beloved mother of Long Island native Giovanni, or Gio, Cipriano, pictured here, who we tragically lost in 2013 due to a severe allergic reaction. In the face of unimaginable loss, Georgina has transformed her grief into purpose. She's been a tireless force behind Gio's Law, bipartisan legislation that I introduced to equip local law enforcement with EpiPens to quickly and effectively respond to allergic reactions and save lives. Thanks to her advocacy, first responders on Long Island are already saving lives. Mr. Speaker, I ask all my colleagues to join me in honoring the memory of Geo and working together to prevent future tragedies and pass Geo's law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to celebrate Ken Shimmick on his retirement as 1011 Severe Weather Center Chief Meteorologist. For over 40 years, Ken has informed Nebraskans with vital, sometimes even life-saving weather updates. Since joining 1011 in 1981, he quickly became synonymous with the trust and reliability across the Lincoln market. He was an ever-steady presence on the newscasts and on the air. From warning families of severe storms to sharing forecasts with the news of a sunnier tomorrow, Ken's calm, steady voice resonated deeply across the Lincoln media market. His legacy of excellence and dedication will continue to inspire future generations of broadcasters across Nebraska. Through the years, Ken Shimmick was the calm before the storm. I join everyone from Lincoln to Imperial in thanking him for his decades of dedication and wishing him the very best in retirement. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise or extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
In just a few weeks, tax credits for the Affordable Care Act are set to expire. And the President has had weeks, months to negotiate a deal that addresses the health care crisis in this nation. But instead, here in the House of Representatives, the Speaker chose for us to be out of session for 8 weeks. All while people across this country and in my state of Florida are getting letters in the mail saying that their health care premiums will go up anywhere from 50 to 300%. 189,000 of my own constituents have been getting these notices. One of my constituents, battling stage 4 breast cancer, said that without these credits, she can't afford insurance or the life-saving medicine that she needs. For her and millions more, this isn't about partisan politics. It's literally about life or death. And Donald Trump's latest idea is to give money directly to the people to pick their health insurance, but that's exactly how the ACA subsidies worked. Since he can only make concepts of a plan for our health care system, I have a plan. Let's fix it. Let's invest in it, and let's make our government actually work for the people, not just the ultra-wealthy. Because I believe in this country, health care should be a human right.
Gentleman's time expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate National Adoption Month this November, I find myself reflecting on the profound impact adoption has had on my life. When I was born, my birth mother made the courageous decision to place me up for adoption. And I spent my first few months in the loving care of the Children's Home Society of Virginia in downtown Richmond. At just 8 months old, I was blessed to be adopted by extraordinary parents who taught me the values of resilience and community service, shaping who I am today. This year, the Children's Home Society of Virginia proudly celebrates its 125th anniversary of dedicated service and commitment to finding families for children in need. Adoption is a powerful act of love that provides children with the opportunity to grow up in a supportive environment where they can thrive, much like I did. National Adoption Month serves as a reminder of the importance of raising awareness about the needs of children in the foster care system and the families who open their hearts and homes to them. Please join me in celebrating the gift of adoption. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. What purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Thanksgiving is next week, and this year families are paying more because of the president. The staple items for this classic American holiday cost on average 7% more than last year. Take my favorite side, stuffing. A box of stuffing mix has soared by double digits. The centerpiece of many tables, turkey, is up 7%. And it's not just Thanksgiving food. Grocery prices are up. Families of four are spending more than $1,000 on groceries each month. Americans simply cannot afford to live in Trump's economy. Not my constituents expecting their health care costs to more than double next year. Not small business owners and consumers alike hit hard by tariffs. Americans are hurting because my colleagues across the aisle would rather give tax breaks to billionaires than lower costs for working families. You and your families deserve better. Whether you call it stuffing or dressing, cranberry relish or sauce, I'll keep working for you to lower your costs and make life affordable. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I honor the life and legacy of Louis Pate Jr., a former North Carolina senator from Mount Olive who passed on August 29th at 88 years old. Louis's journey began in Duplin County, but he would later serve 20 years in the United States Air Force, including time as a navigator on a B-57 during Vietnam. After his military career, Louis returned home to continue serving. He served as the mayor of Mount Olive, in the North Carolina House of Representatives, and later in the state Senate, serving as deputy president pro tem. But his greatest accomplishment, above all, was being a devoted husband for 59 years to Joyce, and being a loving father to their wonderful children, Lisa, Chip, and Francis. I'm so grateful to have had the opportunity of serving alongside Louis, and I extend my heartfelt condolences to Joyce and to the Pate family. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Rule Resolution 879, I'll call up H.R. 3109 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 223, H.R. 3109, a bill to require the Secretary of Energy to direct the National Petroleum Council to issue a report with respect to petrochemical refineries in the United States and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 879, the bill is considered read. The bill should be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Education and Commerce or their respective designees. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 3109.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The American economy is fueled by petrochemical refineries, providing affordable diesel and gasoline to families, critical inputs for our manufacturers, and products imperative for the maintenance of our defense systems. The national security component of a viable refining industry cannot be understated, and we must not forfeit these essential supply chains. Under the previous administration, we saw the impact of an energy retreat, higher prices for families and businesses, emboldened adversaries, sluggish economies, and increasing reliance on other nations. Unfortunately, this still holds the case in states like California, where a hostile regulatory environment has forced refineries to reduce operations. In fact, the Golden State is expected to lose 17% of its capacity in the next year. This has led to an average gasoline prices of nearly $5 per gallon, increased fuel dependence on Asian producers, and jeopardized the fuel supply chain of military installations in their state. We must not let this become status quo across the country. H.R. 3109 requires the National Petroleum Council to collect and examine information regarding the role of petrochemical refineries in the United States and their contributions to affordability, security, and reliability. The report will assess opportunities to expand capacity as well as current risks to refineries. H.R. 3109 will provide Department of Energy and Congress the information we need to enact policies that deliver affordable, reliable, and clean energy to all Americans. I thank Representative Latta, the chairman of the Energy Subcommittee, for his leadership on this issue. Urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 3109, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The chair will receive a message.
Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Secretary.
I've been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S-2741, an act to establish within the Environmental Protection Agency the Office of Mountains, Deserts, and Plains, and for other purposes, in which the concurrence of the House is requested.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this bill, which is a complete and utter waste of the House of Representatives' time. It asks the National Petroleum Council to do a study, and that's it. That's the entire bill. In my opinion, to ask the National Petroleum Council to do something it can already do on its own makes absolutely no sense. The House was out of session for over 50 days because Speaker Johnson refused to bring Congress back to resolve the health care crisis created by Republicans and to reopen the government. And now Speaker Johnson claims we'll be working day and night on important problems. And I certainly agree that we should be doing that. We should be working on problems that Americans care about. But millions of Americans are seeing their health care costs skyrocket because the president and Republicans refuse to extend critical tax credits that make health care more affordable for millions of Americans. Millions more are paying thousands of dollars more a year for everyday goods because of the president's tariffs. These tariffs are a tax on the American people, and they're expected to cost families more than $2,000 each year when they take full effect. And meanwhile, prices on everything, from utilities to food to energy, even prices for Thanksgiving dinner next week are going up. So you'd think that the House Republicans would be doing something, anything at all, to fight these high prices. But instead, we're here talking about a bill that requires a big oil and gas lobby group to put together a report. That's it. I cannot stress that this report is simply not needed, regardless of who does it. In fact, it's almost an insult, particularly to refinery workers on the East Coast, including my state of New Jersey, who don't need a study to tell you why refining capacity here has dropped by over 1/3 in the last decade. It all goes back to the repeal of the crude oil export ban in 2015. You don't have to take my word for it. The Nonpartisan Government Accountability Office found in a 2020 report, that was a report, that domestic refinery margins suffered in the wake of the repeal. But this bill only asks for the report to assess executive actions, regulations, or policies that have impacted refineries, not a change in the law. If it was dealing with a change in the law, I think that would make sense. But it's a massive, massive oversight to not talk about the law and what happened when the crude oil export ban was lifted 10 years ago. That's what caused the problem with refineries. But the most ridiculous part of this bill is that it demands the study not be done by the Department of Energy, but by the National Petroleum Council, an industry advisory body for big oil and gas. I have no doubt that the National Petroleum Council will produce a biased report that will likely complain about every environmental regulation that protects the American people, but that they don't like, because that's what Republicans have been doing, is repealing all the environmental regulations. If Republicans wanted an unbiased view of domestic refining challenges, they would have asked the Department of Energy to craft a report. But that's not what they're looking for, because Republicans just want to sanction fossil fuel propaganda, and that's what they're doing with this bill. It's a waste of everyone's time, Mr. Speaker. It's just another example of how Republicans have absolutely no ideas to help American families to lower everyday costs. We need to be working on real solutions, Democrats and Republicans, to address the affordability crisis. That's what the American people want, not this report. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I was a young man in the 1970s, when I was a kid, I guess the 1970s, I remember gas lines and having to push my father's car to get gasoline. And at the time, everybody said we're going to run out of crude oil. That was the thing, running out of crude oil. And I appreciate the bringing up the crude oil issue is actually because of the ingenuity of the American people. We have an abundance of crude oil. The issue isn't crude, it's the oil. It's the refining capacity. And since I was a kid, we found this abundance of crude oil, the Permian Basin, North Dakota. You got all the places we can name, more than they have in the Middle East, which when I was a kid, that was all coming from the Middle East. A lot of it's coming from the Middle East, but then you have this choke point of refining capacity. We haven't built a refinery, a new refinery in the United States since I was a kid. And so that's the thing that we want to address. That's the issue we want to address. We do want prices to go down. We don't want it to be $5 a gallon. I was putting gas in a rental car in California. I looked over at the guy next to me. We paid probably $2.60 in Kentucky. I think it was $4.80 there. I said, do you guys have any idea what the rest of the world, what the rest of America is paying for gasoline? And we're here to address it, and we're addressing it by a bill by my good friend, the chairman of the Energy Subcommittee on the Energy and Commerce Committee, the leader in this arena, and a Chairman Bob Latta. I will yield 3 minutes to Mr. Latta from Ohio.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my friend, the chairman of the full committee, the Energy and Commerce Committee, for yielding. I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 3109, the Refiner Act. This legislation will direct the National Petroleum Council to report to Congress and the Department of Energy on petrochemical refiners in the United States. This legislation is essential to ensuring the U.S. can reliably produce enough refined products domestically. The Energy Information Administration projects global demand for liquid fuels to increase by about 20 million barrels per day by 2050. Alarmingly, over the last several years, North America has lost an estimated 1 million barrels of fuel per day due to low refining capacity. The last report from the National Petroleum Council on refining was completed over 20 years ago. The report must include information concerning the contribution of refineries to U.S. energy security, capacity projections of U.S. petrochemical refineries, opportunities for expanding capacities, and risks to those refineries. An assessment of any state or federal executive actions, regulations, or policies that have caused or contributed to a decline in U.S. petrochemical refinery capacity. Recommendations for how to increase refinery capacity. American refineries have played a crucial role in providing secure, affordable, and high-value petroleum products to global customers. Importantly, this legislation would help identify states that have caused or contributed to a decline in U.S. petrochemical refinery capacity. Hostile regulatory environments, like in California, have led to the shuttering of several refineries. California used to be home to over 40 refineries in the 1980s. This number has now decreased to 14 as of last year, with 2 additional refineries slated to close in early 2026. These anticipated closures will disrupt fuel supplies and increase energy prices for consumers, businesses, and farmers. An analysis by the University of Southern California anticipates retail gas prices in the state could increase by as much as 75% under certain conditions. The bottom line, fewer refineries result in a supply disruptions and higher fuel prices for Americans. The Refinery Act seeks to produce a detailed roadmap to strengthen and expand refinery capacity to increase American energy security and economic growth. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I thank the chairman for yielding, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, my point is that this report does not ask the people that are doing it to look into the change of law that would be necessary in order to bring refineries back. The reason why we lost so many refineries, particularly on the East Coast of New Jersey, was because the ban on export of crude oil was lifted 10 years ago. So you don't need a refinery if you can export the crude. But this report doesn't address that at all. With that, I would now yield such time as she may consume to the ranking member of our Energy Subcommittee, Ms. Castor from Florida.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding the time. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 3109. And I know my Republican colleagues want to pretend that this is a simple, unbiased study bill, but it's not. The bill asks the National Petroleum Council, a council that is made up of members from the oil and gas industry, to create a report that says that the United States needs more oil and gas. I fear that what this is a recipe for is higher electric bills, higher costs for hardworking Americans who already are being crushed by higher bills. There are unbiased public servants who could write this report, for example, at the Department of Energy. But of course, Elon Musk and the Trump administration has pushed out more than 3,500 public servants there, and as a result, the Department of Energy is in trouble. The department has even had to ask external lawyers for things like defending against challenges relating to their illegal cancellations of projects across the country. And to bring this bill at a time where people are they want to see the Congress work to solve problems, I think demonstrates that folks up here are out of touch. And it's part of a very disturbing Republican trend led by the president to purge the government of real experts and to slash and burn like medical research, finding the cures and treatments that we need to survive and thrive, trying to dismantle illegally the Department of Education, going after public health, really ruining a lot of the expert public health advice that helps keep our neighbors healthy and safe. And then here, when we're talking about oil and gas and their lobbyists. They are so firmly in control of the agenda here in the United States Congress. And I just think my colleagues are not solving problems, and watching the president just remain out of touch is so painful to people back home. They feel betrayed. You know, even during the Republican shutdown, where the president, was he focused on trying to negotiate a solution there, trying to take us out of the healthcare crisis? No, he was giving the White House a makeover. He tore down the entire East Wing to make way for a 90,000 square foot, $300 million ballroom funded by corporations that have a lot to gain monetarily. Had Great Gatsby parties at Mar-a-Lago with dancing girls. It's just mind-boggling. But back to electric bills. Let's not forget last year President Trump convened oil industry executives and lobbyists at his home to ask for $1 billion for his presidential campaign. Well, now they're coming to collect. Even after almost 2 months when Speaker Johnson had the House of Representatives shut down because he didn't want to find a solution to rising health care costs, and he wanted to avoid a vote to release the Epstein files, we could have been focusing on, behind the scenes, some ways to lower cost and solve real problems. But they continue to bring bills like this, a study on how we produce more oil and gas. And here's the connection to higher bills. Because while they want to pad the profits of oil and gas companies, what they're doing to sabotage jobs and cleaner, cheaper energy now is showing up in people's electric bills, and they're angry. I was with neighbors a couple weeks ago who were burning their electric bills because costs are increasing so dramatically. Why? On January 20th, the president froze federal leasing for wind projects and blocked permits for projects that had already been approved. On February 5th, the Army Corps of Engineers halted permits for 168 renewable energy projects on private lands. In March, as part of his tariff war, he imposed a 10% tax on energy imported from Canada, hitting Midwestern states with higher gas prices. In April, the Trump administration abruptly fired the entire staff overseeing the low-income Home Energy Assistance Program, which helps working families for their utility bills. And weeks later, the White House proposed cutting it entirely. In May, the Secretary of Energy ordered an old Michigan coal plant to stay online, forcing the company to spend nearly $1 million a day, costs that are passed on to families across the Midwest. In June, the Trump administration's EPA proposed a rule to allow coal and gas power plants to emit unlimited amounts of climate pollution, locking us into a dirtier and more expensive future. In July, Republicans have passed their big ugly bill, which will saddle American families with price hikes of at least $110 next year and up to $4,000 annually within a decade. In August, the EPA announced an illegal cancellation of the $7 billion Solar for All grant initiative, which was intended to bring affordable energy to more than 900,000 hardworking American households. In September, the Trump administration unveiled a more than $600 million bailout for coal plants to keep them online. In October, while shutting down the government to deny Americans access to affordable health care, the White House tried to claw back billions in clean energy funds. These actions are costly, and American families deserve better. We should be working together to solve problems, not wasting time on trying to figure out how we pad the profits of industries, instead looking out for the pocketbooks of the people who sent us here. People deserve better. Hardworking Americans expect better of this Congress. And I hope that we can send a message on this bill and the next one that we're not going to put up with it anymore. We want real solutions to lower the cost of living. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
Reserve. New Jersey reserves. I will remind all persons in the gallery that they are guests of the House and any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of the rules of the House. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is frustrating that we're here we lost 42 days because our side of the aisle wanted to open the government, wanted to have that government operating, and sit down and work through the issues before us, but we chose to not fund the government. And I always was embarrassed to even look in the eye. I voted for all of it, to go see a TSA agent at the airport in Nashville, in your home state of Tennessee, where I fly out of, FAA people going to work at the airport, coming here and seeing the people sitting in front of us here, the people guarding the doors of the Capitol building with no respect, having them come to work without respect and paying them. That was extremely frustrating to me, and it's just beyond pale that happened. On the Epstein files, this was interesting, just said that the Speaker tried to come in unanimous consent, the Epstein files. Remember last week he came down and said, okay, let's pass the Epstein files. And the other side of the aisle objected to it. I don't know why they'd object to passing the files. They held it up for several days. I know there were a few rallies that happened. And then we all voted. It's like 427 to 1. So were you trying to get the Epstein files out, or were you trying to make sure people got in town for their rallies? That's what I would like to know. The National Petroleum Council that we're referring to in this bill is a part of the Department of Energy. All through government, we have councils of people who are experts in their fields who come to D.C. Department of Labor has them. People from the labor community come and have councils to give advice on bills. And we know we have ample crude. We know the ingenuity of the American people have ample crude. When we talk about what we're talking about today, where 40 refineries in California have gone to 14, if you want affordability, not only do you have to be able to get the crude out of the ground, you have to refine it to where we can use it. And as we're shrinking refining capacity in this country, where we're increasing demand, if we don't increase supply, we're not going to have affordability. You can talk about affordability all you want, but you have to have the supply to address it. And that's what we're focused on doing today. We want the experts to give us their information. We don't have to do what they say. We want to take their information and take the good ideas and try to implement them into where we can provide lower prices. If you want to think this doesn't work, come buy gas in Kentucky, and then go to my good friends who are sitting here from California and buy gas in their state and tell what does efficient energy policy do for affordability. I'll challenge them to do that, and I'll say you can buy the most expensive gas pump in Kentucky and won't compare to what's going on in California. I will now yield 2 minutes of my time to my good friend from the state of Georgia, a very important member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, my good friend Buddy Carter from Georgia. 2 minutes.
The gentleman's recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3109, the Refinery Act. For too long, America has fallen behind in refining capacity. In fact, we have lost an estimated 1 million barrels of fuel per day due to low refining capacity. The Biden administration declared war on American energy by suspending oil and gas leasing on federal lands, delaying permits for energy infrastructure, and canceling the Keystone XL pipeline. With President Trump and House Republicans in charge, those days are over with now. The Refinery Act offers a common-sense solution to this critical issue. This bill requires the National Petroleum Council to submit a report to Congress analyzing the capacity of American refining and recommending how we can increase our refining capacity. The American people elected us to lower prices, especially prices at the pump. This bill will provide crucial data and guidance on how we can best reinforce our domestic energy infrastructure and help ensure fuel costs are low for Americans. This bill is an important step towards delivering American energy dominance, something the President has worked on, something the President is diligent about. If we're going to power domestic manufacturing, if we're going to beat China in the AI race and deliver on affordable energy for all, we must ensure that domestic refining can keep up. I want to thank my friend, Representative Latta, for introducing this important piece of legislation, and I urge its immediate adoption. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I'm listening to my colleagues on the Republican side of the aisle. I mean, obviously this report does absolutely nothing to address the prices of power and electricity that continues to go up. I just have this document from the Joint Economic Committee, which I'd like to ask unanimous consent to put into the record, if that's okay, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. But last year, as I think everyone knows, President Donald Trump repeatedly promised that energy bills across the country would be cut in half within 12 months of his taking office. And this shows state-by-state analysis of how much electricity bills have gone up instead of being cut. And just to mention my two colleagues here in Kentucky, it says that they've gone up 11.8%, in Ohio 9.9%, in New Jersey 13.6%. Certainly nothing like the cut in half that President Donald Trump promised. And this projects, this report, that American households will pay approximately $100 more per household in electricity costs this year. We're going to deal with this pricing issue when we get to the next bill about LNG, which again is only going to increase prices. But it's clear that the Republicans have no intention of dealing with this crisis of affordability with electric or power bills as well. But now I'd like to yield such time as he may consume. Speaking of California, we have a Californian here, Mr. Desaulniers, who's going to spend some time. I yield to the gentleman such time as he may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my friend from Kentucky, it's been a long time since you've been to the Bay Area, so I'll take you up. Be happy to have you come and look at one of the reasons I wanted to come down and speak to this is because I've represented an area in the Bay Area that has 5 refineries in it. They've been valuable tax providers, employers for many years. 2 of them, one of them is about to close, another one is in the process of closing. 2 others have spent billions of dollars to work on transitional fuels, to put investment into those refineries to produce biofuels that are part of the transition to a cleaner, safer, more economical energy sources. And the last one, Chevron, is doing both. I must say I'm reminded as I sit here to the same arguments 30 years ago, having been involved in the local level in California about secondhand smoke and tobacco, when the tobacco industry was insisting that the Tobacco Institute do studies about the cost to smokers by passing secondhand smoke ordinances that figured out the full cost to consumers for people who didn't smoke. And as a former restaurant owner who didn't allow people to smoke, it just reminds me the same thing. I believe in research. I believe, because I've worked with the refinery and oil companies for many years, but I was one of those regulators. I represented the Bay Area and the California Air Resources Board for 10 years. I was appointed by 2 Republicans, by the way, and 1 Democrat. So what we've done is we're transitioning. 25% of the cars in Northern California last year were EVs. They were alternative fuels. We knew this was coming, so we've tried to work and invest in the refinery community on how we transition. For the local government who require those taxes, and for the employees who need those jobs. So let's do research on how we transition and give states the ability to transition if they choose, and local governments to transition. So while I value the research, let's be honest about having more research that's more objective and consider the full cost to changing our energy. Almost 50 million Americans live within a mile of a refinery or a heavy processing plant. Their public health costs are disproportionately affected by what we know from traditional pollutants, particulate matter, smog. And then when you add carbon into it, the economic model changes completely. So I would just suggest to Mr. Guthrie, before you come out to the Bay Area and we have a collegial conversation and we can go to those refineries. I'd particularly like to take you to the ones that have invested on the transition, because we know we need a transition for those of us who want to go to as near zero emissions as possible, and we're succeeding. And I'll remind my colleagues, too, across the aisle, that the Chinese are a global competition. The Chinese auto manufacturing industry is about to become the largest auto manufacturer in the world. They're all EVs. They're moving to this. So let's not, while we try to protect traditional energy sources, let's be smart about the transition economically for American consumers and taxpayers. So I don't disagree with looking at capacity, But let's do it in a broader way and more objective way that tells the full story as truthfully as possible so we as policymakers can be more thoughtful about the short-term impacts of our policy decisions as well as the midterm and long-term. Thank you. I yield back.
From New Jersey Reserves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate my friend from California, Mr. Speaker. I actually do love going to California. Hadn't been in the Bay Area in a couple of years, he said, and we'll figure out an opportunity to come there. My family tries to go to California as much as we can. The last time, I know he's from the beautiful Bay Area. We were actually, when I was talking about the high price of gas, that was down in Southern California, which has its own beauty as well. So I'm a fan of California. Other than Kentucky, I think California is one of the prettiest states we have in the Union, from the Redwoods to the Yosemite Valley. It's stunning. So I absolutely would love to come back out to the Bay Area because it is beautiful as well. You know, this bill, we're talking about electricity prices, which, you know, China is building an electric car industry, but they're also building the power generation, like a coal plant, I think coal plant a week, to provide the energy for that generation. The other thing, but this bill we're talking about is gasoline and diesel. And remember, everything that arrives to a store comes on a truck, either the last mile, sometimes they come on train, but the last mile is almost always, or is always, a truck. And so diesel prices, fuel prices matter in terms of food prices and about everything else that we consume. So this is important to do. Electrical affordability is also important to do, and we're committed. We will work together to get our prices down, but we have to produce more. And that's what we're here to work, wondering, how do we efficiently and effectively and safely and cleanly produce more gasoline and diesel? And you can't do it without more refining capacity unless you decrease demand for it, which that's not the avenue we have to go either. I will now yield to my good friend from Texas and the vice chair of the Energy Subcommittee of Energy and Commerce Committee. 2 minutes to Mr. Weber of Texas.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Speaker. It's interesting to me that our friends across the aisle say that we already have enough oil, quote unquote. And it's also interesting that President Obama, when the gentleman from Georgia, Buddy Carter, mentioned Keystone Pipeline, it would have come into my district in Texas, 830,000 barrels of oil a day. That's what we're talking about refining on the Gulf Coast of Texas. If you transfer that to 18-wheelers, it's about 5,253 eight-wheeler tankers on the road every day. The pipeline is the best way to do this. Mr. Speaker, in Texas, we understand better than anyone else that America's energy strength depends on what happens to the oil after it comes out of the ground. Keystone Pipeline is a good example. It's our refineries, Mr. Speaker, the men and women who run them, the communities built around those businesses. It's those that turn out our resources, into fuels and products that power everyday life. The Refinery Act takes on a question that Washington has ignored for far too long. Are we doing enough to protect and expand America's ability to refine the energy we produce? Right now, unfortunately, the answer is no, we're not. Over the last several years, America's refining capacity has gone backwards. We've lost more than 1 million barrels of capacity per day, and several facilities have shut down altogether. The gentleman from California mentioned one of them. In several states, hostile policies are pushing refineries out so fast that families are now facing higher prices and increased dependence on foreign fuel. That's not how you build energy security, Mr. Speaker. That's how you weaken it. Meanwhile, global demand for fuels is still rising, expected to grow by as much as 20 million barrels a day by 2050. The world isn't slowing down, Mr. Speaker, and neither should American energy. The Refinery Act takes a serious look at that situation, directs the National Petroleum Council to review our refining capacity, identify where we're vulnerable, and highlight opportunities for us to expand. In other words, it gives us the facts we need to strengthen a critical part of our energy supply chain. Because when refineries close, families suffer. Small businesses suffer. Transportation costs rise. Prices jump at the pump. And the whole region becomes dependent on foreign suppliers. Thank you, sir. That is exactly the opposite of energy dominance vision that we're working toward under President Trump. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, you know this. In Texas, we know what happens when refineries thrive. We fuel the nation. We even supply our allies. We make money doing this, and we support thousands of good-paying jobs. The Refiner Act recognizes that refining isn't an afterthought. It is a foundational piece of our national security as well as our economic strength. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3109, and I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I'll continue to reserve.
Reserves. Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned, other than the Commonwealth of Kentucky, California is one of those beautiful states they're all beautiful, actually. We live in a wonderful country. But there's nothing prettier than the tunnel view from Yosemite Valley. And I don't know with your changing line so much, but I know my good friend from California used to represent our beautiful natural resources in the National Park of Yosemite Valley. You still do. Well, and so I will yield 2 minutes to my good friend and a classmate elected at the same year, Mr. McClintock from California.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, no one has suffered more than Californians because of the left's war on fossil fuels. 40 years of folly are now driving energy prices out of reach for working families and driving those working families out of California. In 1980, 40 refineries served the California market, producing abundant gasoline at easily affordable prices. Mr. Latta said 14 refineries were left. His numbers are old. We're now down to 9 refineries, and 2 more of those, Phillips in Southern California and Valero in Northern California, are closing by April. That will leave us just 7 refineries to serve the state. Californians already pay the highest gasoline prices in the United States, averaging $4.64 a gallon as of yesterday. The same gallon cost only $2.56 in Oklahoma. And when we lose these next 2 refineries, economists at UC Berkeley predict Californians will be paying more than $8 a gallon by the summer. Left-wing zealots like Gavin Newsom obsess over a 1-degree rise of global temperatures over the next century, but they couldn't care less that they're making it impossible for growing numbers of Californians to heat their homes or to get to work. This is not only a quality of life issue for Californians and a cautionary tale for the rest of the country, it's a national security risk as well. 40 military bases depend on these dwindling West Coast refineries, and as California strangles production, we must increasingly rely on foreign imports from our enemies. H.R. 3109 requires the National Petroleum Council to report on ways to reverse such foolish and self-destructive policies. What has happened to California is the predictable result of bad policy made by fools. I hope the Refiner Act will shine a light on their folly and recommend ways to reverse the damage that they've caused before they can do any more harm to our nation's prosperity and security. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
A reserve.
Gentleman reserves. New Jersey.
I have one more speaker.
One more. Okay, then I'll continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Thank you.
From Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I will now yield 2 minutes to a distinguished member who just was elected just recently to Congress from Bakersfield, California, the distinguished member, Mr. Fong, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 3109, the Refiner Act. This legislation is critical to unleashing our energy potential, lowering costs for hardworking families, and protecting our national security. U.S. refineries are vital to our energy ecosystem. They convert crude oil into fuels and countless products ranging from shoes and plastics to cell phones and computers, solar panels, medical devices, and even spacesuits. They make gasoline and diesel for our cars and trucks, and they make jet fuel for our planes. Yet, over the past few years, our refining capacity has declined due to burdensome federal and state policies. I know this bitter reality all too well in my home state of California. From 2020 to 2022, we lost more than 1 million barrels of production capacity per day, and I'm proud to represent the energy production capital of California, but that oil has to go somewhere. It has to be made into gasoline, and refinery closures are projected to slash that capacity by 20% over the next year. 20% of our refining capacity is going to disappear overnight. Since 2018, over 360 energy companies have left California. Oil production has dropped by 47 million barrels over the past 5 years, and foreign imports now account for over 60% of our crude supply in California. Californians pay nearly $5 a gallon. In fact, Californians are paying the highest gas and electricity prices in the nation, thanks to Governor Gavin Newsom's radical left failed energy policies. California has an affordability crisis that Governor Gavin Newsom created. But this crisis also goes well beyond the pump. As California fuel production declines, it jeopardizes our national security and undermines our military readiness, as multiple strategic military bases rely on California fuel. With threats from our foreign adversaries like China only continuing to grow, we cannot risk leaving our defenses weakened. The Refiner Act is common sense. It will help identify ways to expand refining capacity, protect our energy infrastructure, and strengthen our national security. We must act now to restore American energy dominance, secure affordable fuel for families, and protect our nation's military defense. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3109, and I yield
Gentleman's
back.
time's expired.
I reserve. I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman
Thank you,
from New
Mr.
Jersey.
Speaker. I'll yield myself such time as I may consume.
Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to urge President Trump and my Republican colleagues to start taking the American affordability crisis seriously. President Trump is simply out of touch with the reality that American families are facing. Early this week, he seemed to mockingly suggest that affordability is a word the Democrats made up to attack him. Well, that's rich coming from a man who's declared bankruptcy 6 times. The American people are hurting because of President Trump and the Republican policies, and they should not be mocked for that. Even Fox News reported last night that 76% of Americans view the economy negatively. Americans are struggling to afford basic necessities. A new report from the Century Foundation found that utility prices are up 32% since 2022. That's nearly 3 times the rate of inflation. And nearly a quarter of that jump occurred just this year alone. These rising costs are debilitating to the middle class. Nearly 1 in 20 households are in severe utility debt. Roughly 4 million Americans are at risk of having their utility bills sent to collections. It's an incredible number. They've done nothing wrong. They just can't afford to keep up with the exponential rise in electricity prices. They can't afford to pay the bill. Now, the 2 bills that are on the floor today, in my opinion, will only increase the average utility bill even further. Just last week, the U.S. Energy Information Association found that natural gas prices will rise by 16% in 2026, primarily due to increased LNG exports amid flat production growth. Secretary Chris Wright promised to double LNG exports to countries like China within 5 years. The next bill that we're going to consider is all about giving more LNG to China, to Beijing, to Communist China. Why are we helping them? But the American people desperately need a solution to lower energy costs at home. Why does the President refuse, or the Secretary, refuse to take care of the American people that the Trump administration is supposed to represent? Now, I've said it before, but it bears repeating. The Trump administration only cares about bailing out themselves and their fossil fuel friends. It's time for Republicans to come to the table to work with Democrats on a solution to this affordability crisis, and it can begin here with the Energy and Commerce Committee. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we're all concerned about the rising prices. And my friend from New Jersey talked about since 2022, and he said the emphasis of what's happened in the first few months of this year. The decisions were made prior to the present Trump administration to take power offline. I know in my community down in Bowling Green, Kentucky, a couple of years ago with the polar vortex, we actually had blackouts. We had to have rolling blackouts because of taking power offline. And we all want to address it. And the way we address this is not taking power offline, not building new, safer. My good friend from California talked about what they're doing in California to make refineries cleaner and safer. And that's what we want. We want refineries to refine in a safe, responsible, and sustainable way. And so we can work together to do that. On the LNG, we're going to talk about in just a few minutes. We do have the gas in our country. We have people that can develop, particularly in your home state, Mr. Speaker. And the problem is that we move it to where it needs to go. And we know that there are, the challenge isn't the access to gas, is actually moving it to where it needs to be. And we need to work together. I think Natural Resources today had a hearing. I had a markup. T&I is working on a markup, and we hopefully can work together as members across the aisle as Energy and Commerce committees to do our share to make sure this explosive growth of energy, it's not just in gas and diesel, it's also in electricity. We need every electron we can produce. And to beat China, talk about China, China is struggling and working as hard as they can to beat us to control the data that flows around the world through AI. It's our job on this committee to see that that doesn't happen for this country, and that's because we have to have enough energy. Again, this is a Department of Energy Council made up of people in the industry to give us a report to see where we should go in making sure that America has proper refining. It's not a report that's going to produce what we do. It's going to report that informs us in what we do. And I know on our side of the aisle, I think on both sides of the aisle, we try to take as much information as we can to make a reasonable decision to make sure we have clean, sustainable, but ample and safe fuel for this country. As is that every grocery goes to a grocery store, either through diesel or gasoline, and the prices matter. It hurts families when their electric bills are high and when their grocery bills are high, because people have to eat and they have to have a safe and clean place to live. And so this is what this is about. This is what our struggle is over, and this is what we're going to accomplish as a committee. And with that, I encourage the vote, a yes vote on 3109, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Okay. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to the House Resolution 879, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
H.R. 3109, a bill to require the Secretary of Energy to direct the National Petroleum Council to issue a report with respect to petrochemical refineries in the United States and for other purposes.
Okay, the question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 879, I call up H.R. 1949 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 225, H.R. 1949, a bill to repeal restrictions on the export and import of natural gas.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 879, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce of their respective designees. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 1949.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In February 2016, the first cargo of LNG, U.S. LNG, set sail from the lower 48. making the United States a natural gas exporter for the first time since the 1960s. Since then, exports have increased from 5 billion cubic feet per day in 2016 to nearly 12 billion cubic feet per day in 2024, making U.S. the global leader in LNG in less than a decade. U.S. LNG has played an undeniably important role in providing affordable, abundant, and clean energy to the world. This could not have been more evident than in 2022 when Russia invaded Ukraine, disrupting global commodity markets and leaving Europe without secure access to energy. Immediately, for our friends in Europe, the U.S. producers began sending cargoes of American gas to the continent to fuel their economies and heat their homes, helping some of our most important global allies and friends. However, in January 2024, the Biden-Harris administration announced an illegal and indefinite ban on new export authorizations, all in the name of vaguely stated climate change goals. Current law is clear, requiring a statutory presumption in favor of exports are in the public interest. Plus, the vast majority of studies show that not only do LNG exports bolster our energy security, they also help maintain low domestic natural gas prices for Americans. The Biden-Harris administration action not only jeopardized our European allies, it threatened the faith and credibility of American companies' contracts, emboldened Russia and other nefarious actors, and created uncertainty for domestic producers of natural gas. H.R. 1949, the Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act, would ensure this catastrophic policy decision is never made again by removing DOE from the statutory authorization process. This legislation maintains the President's authority to impose sanctions on foreign governments, prohibiting imports or exports if justified. Free trade, open markets, and competitions have resulted in the U.S. emerging as a global energy superpower, and lifting these restrictions will help maintain this dominance at a time it is needed most. I urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 1949. I can tell you, a meeting with a couple of years ago at the highest levels of the German government, saying we need American LNG gas to rain down on us because of what was going on in Eastern Europe and Ukraine. High natural gas prices around the world, they fund the Russian army because that's how they fund their army. Not that friends are buying from them, but as the world price goes higher, the Russian price goes higher from the people who do choose to buy from them. And so we're not talking about affecting those people. The president needs to have the authority. But what we're talking about is our friends and our allies who are dependent on us. And I worry about what we do here in our country, but also America cannot cut itself off from the rest of the world and have our friends and allies look elsewhere to other people for the natural gas they need to run their economy, because they will do so if we don't step in and do this at this time. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to this bill. This bill would allow unlimited amounts of our liquefied natural gas, or LNG, to be sent abroad to any destination in the world, including to our adversaries like China. And this is all about China. The president gets up on a regular basis and says, we need to export more LNG to China. My Republican colleagues say they worry about Beijing and what Beijing is doing to challenge us, and yet they're going to allow with this bill unlimited exports to communist China. And by sending more American LNG abroad, this bill would reduce our energy resources at home, raising our constituents' utility bills at a time when they can least afford it. It just makes common sense that if you send the liquefied natural gas abroad, it's going to raise the price here because there's going to be less here. I mean, it's just economic, 101, in my opinion. Americans are already being crushed by the rising cost of living, and now Republicans are making matters worse by pushing legislation that will only drive up monthly power bills even further. It's quite the departure from President Trump's campaign promise to cut American power bills in half. He said that during the course of the campaign, that in the first year he was going to cut power bills in half, and instead they just keep climbing. Right now, thanks to the congressional Republicans' backward energy policies, electricity prices are climbing more than twice as fast as inflation. More than 80 million Americans are struggling to pay their utility bills, with many having to make the impossible choice of either paying for medicine and food or keeping their lights on. I think it's a disgrace that instead of offering up solutions to this affordability crisis, Republicans are here today to just make it worse. And let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, it's a well-established fact that unlimited LNG exports would increase prices here at home. If you don't believe me, last year the Secretary of Energy noted, and I quote, unfettered exports of LNG would increase wholesale domestic natural gas prices by over 40%. And if you're a Republican who perhaps didn't trust the Democratic Department of Energy, I would certainly assume you could trust your own current Department of Energy. Just last week, the Energy Information Administration noted that it expects natural gas prices to increase by 16% next year, due largely to increased exports of LNG. 16%, that's on top of the 15% increase in natural gas costs that Americans already suffered this year. And it's all due to the LNG export approvals that President Trump made in his first term. And all this bill does is to make that problem worse by ensuring that there are zero restrictions on how much of our own LNG we're shipping out to other countries. The only ones who stand to benefit are fossil fuel companies, proving that Republicans care more about paying the profits of their rich fossil fuel friends than they do about lowering costs for the average American. Now, I want to stress the China part again. China is one of the top recipients of American LNG. And LNG companies, not only the president, but LNG companies are openly bragging about how they can sell to Chinese buyers. But this bill completely removes any review of whether exporting more of our LNG to China is in the public interest. Now, the chairman said that that's a presumption that the public interest is met. But I would argue it's more than a presumption. There is no longer any review of the public interest. And when I talk about the public interest, I'm talking about price, I'm talking about national security, I'm talking about impact on the environment and the air and whatever people breathe. But this bill completely removes any review of what's in the public interest before you export to China or anyone else. To me, it's the very reversal. You know, the president talks about America first, but this is putting America last, in my opinion. So, you know, I don't know what to say, Mr. Speaker. We've seen this story before. 10 years ago, Congress removed the ban on exporting American crude oil. I already mentioned that. Before that, we were only sending China 420,000 barrels of oil each year, and now we send China more than 160 million barrels of oil a year. So clearly, Republicans have learned nothing from that, despite constantly proclaiming the importance of beating China in the AI race and so many other things. Republicans consistently say that losing the AI race to China would be like losing the Cold War to Russia. But the bill they're proposing today is like selling rocket fuel to the Soviets during the space race. It defies all logic. Finally, I just want to point out a basic fact. We have already approved enough permits
on the newscasts and on the air. From warning families of severe storms to sharing forecasts with the news of a sunnier tomorrow, Ken's calm, steady voice resonated deeply across the Lincoln media market. His legacy of excellence and dedication will continue to inspire future generations of broadcasters across Nebraska. Through the years, Ken Shimmick was the calm before the storm. I join everyone from Lincoln to Imperial in thanking him for his decades of dedication and wishing him the very best in retirement. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise or extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
In just a few weeks, tax credits for the Affordable Care Act are set to expire. And the president has had weeks, months to negotiate a deal that addresses the health care crisis in this nation. But instead, here in the House of Representatives, the Speaker chose for us to be out of session for 8 weeks, all while people across this country and in my state of Florida are getting letters in the mail saying that their health care premiums will go up anywhere from 50 to 300%. 189,000 of my own constituents have been getting these notices. One of my constituents, battling stage 4 breast cancer, said that without these credits, she can't afford insurance or the life-saving medicine that she needs. For her and millions more, this isn't about partisan politics. It's literally about life or death. And Donald Trump's latest idea is to give money directly to the people to pick their health insurance, but that's exactly how the ACA subsidies worked. Since he can only make concepts of a plan for our healthcare system, I have a plan. Let's fix it, let's invest in it, and let's make our government actually work for the people, not just the ultra-wealthy. Because I believe in this country, healthcare should be a human right.
Gentleman's time expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate National Adoption Month this November, I find myself reflecting on the profound impact adoption has had on my life. When I was born, my birth mother made the courageous decision to place me up for adoption. And I spent my first few months in the loving care of the Children's Home Society of Virginia in downtown Richmond. At just 8 months old, I was blessed to be adopted by extraordinary parents who taught me the values of resilience and community service, shaping who I am today. This year, the Children's Home Society of Virginia proudly celebrates its 125th anniversary of dedicated service and commitment to finding families for children in need. Adoption is a powerful act of love that provides children with the opportunity to grow up in a supportive environment where they can thrive, much like I did. National Adoption Month serves as a reminder of the importance of raising awareness about the needs of children in the foster care system and the families who open their hearts and homes to them. Please join me in celebrating the gift of adoption. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. What purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Thanksgiving is next week, and this year families are paying more because of the president. The staple items for this classic American holiday cost on average 7% more than last year. Take my favorite side, stuffing. A box of stuffing mix has soared by double digits. The centerpiece of many tables, turkey, is up 7%. And it's not just Thanksgiving food. Grocery prices are up. Families of four are spending more than $1,000 on groceries each month. Americans simply cannot afford to live in Trump's economy. Not my constituents expecting their health care costs to more than double next year. Not small business owners and consumers alike hit hard by tariffs. Americans are hurting because my colleagues across the aisle would rather give tax breaks to billionaires than lower costs for working families. You and your families deserve better. Whether you call it stuffing or dressing, cranberry relish or sauce, I'll keep working for you to lower your costs and make life affordable. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I honor the life and legacy of Louis Pate Jr., a former North Carolina senator from Mount Olive who passed on August 29th at 88 years old. Louis's journey began in Duplin County, but he would later serve 20 years in the United States Air Force, including time as a navigator on a B-57 during Vietnam. After his military career, Louis returned home to continue serving. He served as the mayor of Mount Olive, in the North Carolina House of Representatives, and later in the state Senate, serving as deputy president pro tem. But his greatest accomplishment, above all, was being a devoted husband for 59 years to Joyce, and being a loving father to their wonderful children, Lisa, Chip, and Francis. I'm so grateful to have had the opportunity of serving alongside Louis, and I extend my heartfelt condolences to Joyce and to the Pate family. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.